Alright. Hello everyone! Welcome to our 9th episode, because I can count, of After the Fire. This is the Crone's Lantern. Now I'm going to hand over to Charlie, because I have my dinner just arrived. So, Charlie, talk at us.
To After the Fire, which is our Game of Thrones campaign. We are on season 2, but this is a great time to jump in. So if you're new here, say hi in chat. We'll fill you in on the drama that is going on, and you will be fulfilled by the juicy fruits. Dawn, right before we went live, decided to post some fresh juicy fruits over on the Black Cat's Discord. So if you're not in there, go and get in there. Check out the letters from Raven's channel for a hot new story from Jonathan Fyre, who plays Sir Oliver / Lord Ironwood / Dawn, how you doing today, friend?
I'm good. Thank you for that introduction. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. It's last week. I think that's the most of the cast that we've ever had in one place at one time, which is really cool. And we get that again tonight. I felt like last week, it was very tense. Our last session was very tense if you haven't seen it. But it was sort of just like set up, I think, for whatever terrible things Sam has planned for today. So I can't wait. I love playing Sir Oliver, the Exile and Dorne. And yeah, that's all. Glad to be here.
Awesome. You've had a good week this week?
Yeah. I've had a pretty good week. It's been busy, but last night I saw Les Miserables, the Broadway tour, and I hadn't seen the new tour, and it's amazing. If it comes through your city, I would highly recommend it. Yeah. It was very, very good.
Sorry, I have a physical reaction to Les Mis. Sorry.
Oh, you're such a drama.
I missed it.
Speaking of physical reactions, however, I just had a look over on the YouTube, and we are on 99 followers. If we hit 100, we get that custom URL, which makes everything easier for you to find. And Susie, as of the other night, because I bullied her into it, has started uploading the After the Fire sessions onto the channel. So you can catch up from the very beginning over there. They've been edited a little bit, so we cut out some breaks and some chatter. So it's all of the good bits.
You say bully her. She then bullied me to upload it. Because they're on my YouTube channel. So I moved them over there. But if someone can give us just that one follow, subscribe,
let me grab that link while
then,
I'm staring at it. Unless
I will do something really horrible to people tonight.
No!
Or nice.
Samuel!
Depending on
what
your
if it was nice?
proclivities.
Let's let chat vote.
Let's not and say we did.
What's wrong with you people?
If we get 100, we'll let chat vote which one's the demon baby.
But James, neither of them are a demon baby, Samuel. I will turn this camera off.
We got 100.
Yay!
Awesome. So we'll do something in chat. Keep an eye out for that during the game today. Also go and check out the YouTube, check out the Discord and all of that fun stuff. And please retweet, let people know we're live. Let them know that you're hanging out with us on this fine Thursday. Someone that I'm excited to hang out with on a Thursday, always, my delightful fantasy daughter, Virginia.
Selfie fantasy mom.
Right now you do.
I mean, right now I do. We'll see if any of us love each other by the end of this session.
Right? How's your week been?
It's been busy. Very, very busy, but good. I did a whole ton of streaming this week, playing some more Fallout 1, which I thought I nearly completed, and then it turned out I missed a quest.
Mate, you got further than I did. 100%.
With a lot of help from chat shouting at me in chat, being like, go here, click that thing. I'm like, thank you. I don't know how this game works. But it's pretty cool. I'm happy. We hit affiliate on Twitch, and my emotes got approved, so I'm preparing my F's in chat emote for tonight because somebody's gonna die.
I think, yes, friends, we have a new Greenmont emote in chat. It is the better, contrasted, outlined version. So please spam the heck out of that tonight because they will need it.
Got that sweet high res going on.
Yes.
Boop, boop.
And someone who's always high res and high definition.
Yeah, right. If you want those emotes, and if you want Virginia's emotes, then please subscribe or follow or whatever it is that we do here. If you've got a Twitch Prime or a Amazon Prime subscription, burn a hole in your pocket, please use it on one of us. It is much appreciated. It allows us to keep the lights on here at Black Cats Gaming, and they are indeed very bright lights in my face. Thank you very much indeed, yes. Sorry, Virginia.
That's all right.
Carry on.
I thought I'd just show off the F's in chat emoji that I'm going to be spamming later when everything just goes to hell for us.
It's so a good emoji. Such a good emoji.
Yeah, I'm sorry I got there first. I'm just excited and I'm terrified. I've got stress jelly babies.
I have stress, chimps, and bananas. But speaking of bright lights in our faces, Jason, how you doing today?
I'll take that as a compliment. Perfectly fine. I'm happy to be here and so happy to be back in the role of Briar, the tangentially related to this house. Oh man, this is going to be a fantastic time. I'm sure that nothing will go wrong or be visited upon any of these lovely characters, especially not because we're in Westeros, where nothing bad has ever happened, especially at a feast or a hunt for that matter, because we've just sort of skipped over the part where, hey, by the way, we have to get food for all of this. You know that, right?
I know which bit I am most looking forward to.
It's legit is what the hunt's for.
Also, Marcia's history with family dinners is great.
Oh yeah, no, it
that
absolutely.
just adds to this.
It's just fab.
Yeah, same with Briar. Especially whenever he's in attendance, it's just family dinners just go by so wonderfully. But as it stands, I mean, yeah, I've been here, there, and everywhere, and just happy to end up here right now in this lovely space. So
we love you, Jason.
One of us.
Much love to everybody in chat and everybody who's watching at the current moment. Thank you so much, especially for getting us to that 100 subscribe marker for the YouTube. They've been, they've been absolutely putting in the work. You're going to see some beautiful stuff coming down the pipes. I can guarantee that.
Speaking of, I have been prepping for our one-shot, or kind of two-shot for Alien RPG. I'm just gonna go rogue on this. So I think we're gonna go on the Monday. Gil's already sent us 1,000 bits. Thanks, man. That's Jamothy. So yes, Pope. So the Alien RPG out by Free League and Publishing. Free League to us in the English-speaking world. They've released that game. It's coming out in retail on December 10th. I am going to run a stream of it on the Monday, December the 2nd. And then I'm going to run a follow-up stream couple of weeks after that as well. And they're going to be linked. So I've been prepping for that. It looks like a really cool little game. I'm going to play the cinematic version, which is great, actually, because they've started, I think games are going to do this more. They've started to move towards that, you're going to play this in one session, or you're going to play it on a stream, or if you're going to play it at a convention. And it's they just tweak the rules so that you do stuff quicker, kind of your hero style points, just they happen a bit more. You can bring up your stress, reduce your stress that bit quicker. So I am going to be putting someone through their paces. I'm going to do a one-on-one session for the first one-shot, and then I am going to do a kind of what happened to them investigation-style session a couple of weeks after that. So, like I say, they're going to be linked. So that should be all sorts of cool fun. If you don't follow us already or anything like that, then why the heck are you here? I mean, not obviously, but if you do fancy checking us out, we are Black Cats Gaming, and those are all the socials in chat. Charlie, what's the matter?
I was just saying sorry to Susie for you.
They
This is not how we do this, Sam.
What did she say? The cast is top tier, so Susie's factually accurate. And
no, it's what you said, Sam.
Yeah, they are here.
Why are you here?
Yeah, they are here because they want to learn more about our wonderful game and all its succulent produce. Now, let's go.
Oh, my mum's in chat. Hi, Mum.
You're gonna ruin succulent produce. You're gonna ruin juicy fruits. You've already ruined it. You've already ruined it. You're gonna ruin juicy fruits, man. You're absolutely ruining it. All right. Sorry, we have this kind of crazy first night theatre energy going on tonight because it's going to be a big one, and I hope you're ready for it. We are going to start with Oliver. So we start in Fox Hollow. It's fairly late morning, and you're only just waking up, and you are in that medical ward that Marcia had set up not soon after, I imagine, Charlie, that she became actually the kind of like dowager lady of the house.
I think it was there pretty much like straight after the rebellion. The second we needed it, Marzia was like, "This room is now mine."
Yeah, right. And there's all sorts of awful smells in here, from poultices to like really kind of vinegary red wine for boiling and stuff like that. And even though you know how you go into a room and it honks and that, but you kind of get used to it after a while. In here, that's kind of just the mix of those natural chemicals. Just you get wafts of it now and again. Sometimes like a strong perfume that even though you get used to it, you get whiffs of it. The light comes in through the window and you can see the dust hanging in the air, and it's very close and claustrophobic in the room, even the space that you have. And then finally the door creaks open, and in steps Marzia, holding her baby, swaddled in her arms. Over to you guys.
Oliver has clean clothes on, but there's still a little stain as his wounds are still festering, and every once in a while they kind of bleed through the wrap that he keeps on his side where he was stabbed. And he hisses through his teeth and just kind of sits up very slowly and leans one arm back so that he can kind of look at Marzia. He smiles, but it's a pained smile. He's trying not to look like he's in as much pain as he is. My lady.
I must apologize. Young Lord Greenmont was supposed to attend you when you first arrived, but it was a busy day.
It is all right. Are you able to come and sit for a while?
For a while. And she'll come into the room and wander over to Oliver.
He sort of shifts down, I imagine, on the bed that he's been laying on, and pulls back the blankets so that, you know, there's a nice spacious area for Marzia. And as she approaches, his eyes go towards the baby that she's carrying. What is his name, my lady?
This is Bryn. He
Bryn.
apologizes that his brother is not here to greet you also.
He swallows and clears his throat and looks up to you. His brother?
Yes, I had twins, Oliver. 2 boys.
2 boys. 2 sons. Oh. I look forward to meeting his brother later. May I hold him?
Yes. And she'll pass the baby over to Oliver.
And he takes it in his arms. It's evident by the way that he carries the child that he's held babies before. He's not awkward at all. And he just sort of looks down at his face. Is the child asleep? Is the child awake?
The child stirs as you take it into your arms and starts to cry. As babies are often to do when they're like taken away from a resting position or their parents or something.
And he doesn't seem bothered when the baby starts to cry. He just sort of begins to bounce him just really lightly and slowly in his arms. He smiles down. He says, he is beautiful. I could not imagine a more beautiful child.
Thank you.
And he continues to kind of bounce him, and he'll look up to you and he'll say, I'm sorry that we have not had the chance to speak so much. How have you been? How have things at Fox Hollow been since I left?
Very busy. Not long after you left, Mara arrived with Lord Peake and Lord Tarly. You met up with them, of course.
Yes.
Not long after Mara left, with Lord Peake and Lord Tarly, His Grace Prince Maekar visited.
Oh,
He sought to find Myria, which I assured him we were doing as well.
did he know that I went to find her in the mountains?
Yes. And he knew that I had advised Tarly, Peake, and Alistair to seek her out at Vulture's Roost. By that time, I'd received your letter.
Ah, I see. And this is why he knew that we would all be at Vulture's Roost.
I think the host scared him a little, demanded I order them back. And I did.
That was wise, my lady. The Greenmont men, they did not need to be there. I am glad.
I wish I had not sent
That's
them at all. I sent them only for Mara. The men attacked Tarly's men while they were here. The night before they all left. Managed to patch it up, but not sure I blame them. Peake and Tarly were not gracious guests.
No, I imagine that they were not. Prince Maekar, did he say where he was going next, what he was doing next?
I believe he was to march to King's Landing to his brother. To seek an army to bring south. To quell whatever it is that's stirring here. He's taking Lana and Waylon to the Summer Hall.
He took them to Summer Hall? Lana, why?
Because Waylon needed someone to look after him. Because he had no ward for House Greenmont. And wished to bestow us an honor. Refresh our alliance.
He looks down to Bryn in his arms as he's sort of understanding what Marcy is saying and not saying. And I imagine the baby's still crying, maybe even a little louder now, and he stops bouncing the baby in his arms quite so much. And he says, "You let him. You."
While you were gone, Oliver, Alfred didn't come back either. He left before you to Blackmont. They fought the vultures there. His men returned, but he did not.
Did they see what happened? Do they know where he went? Did he desert? No. No,
It
Alfred.
was my understanding that they fought the vultures mostly alone, that Blackmont kept the gates shut.
But no man saw where Alfred
Oliver.
went.
We know what it means when they don't come back. Alfred would always come back.
He slides a hand a little bit closer to you and turns the palm up on the bed and just sort of rests it there. And there's a hard look in his eyes. It softens just a little bit after a moment. We cannot lose another child to the Targaryens, my lady. This cannot be allowed to stand. He had no reason.
He had reason. We sent men into Dawn, declared it illegal, against the crown. He made it very clear.
Are you okay?
Is Mariette alone? At Ironwood?
No. My parents have taken to her.
So you said.
And there is another, a woman. She was with the vultures for a short time, but she is not a bandit. She's not a criminal.
They're all
I think she is a
bandits
good
and
woman.
criminals. Is that not the point?
The point, my lady, is for us to make our family whole together.
I'm confused, Oliver, why you would trust Myriad to a vulture when our case is against them. Against Lord Blackmont.
This woman, as I said, she did not stand with the vultures when I came. I believe they had captured her for a time. She was with them. And now, in my absence, she protects Miria, as do my parents. Castle Ironwood is safe. Whatever else is going on north of Ironwood, I do not believe anyone has reason to turn their eyes to the castle. Can you think of a reason that they would look to
Maekar
Ironwood?
knows you were looking. Maekar knows who you are.
I am the Dorn in exile, my lady.
You are the Dawn that rode with Blackfyre colors at a tournament in front of a Targaryen princess. Or did you forget entirely, Oliver?
He looks back down to Bryn in his arms, just bounces him a little bit more, and sort of chews his jaw for a minute, and he says, in this world, lady, for hundreds of years, the dragon eats what it wants, and it takes what it wants. And all of us must choose to be eaten or to be free. everything that this house has lost. It has lost because of the Targaryens. And not just this house, the entire nation. All the way from the wall to Sunspear. I do not know how to live in a world like that and do nothing. I do not know how Maekar can be allowed to take my children, the people that I care for, and do nothing.
Why did you attack Costain?
He is here for reasons that I am not entirely aware of. But he should not have been unaccompanied to your room. He is a spy, as I said. And there is a conspiracy in the Reach.
All the more reason to be cautious. Now you are back, you can instill some discipline in the House Guard. No one watches the road. No one guards the solar. Lords keep turning up here unannounced. What am I to do? There's no one else here.
I'm here, my lady.
And how?
I told you before. The people love you here. You are wise. And you care for this house. I believe in you.
You should have seen the look on Lana's face when I told Maekar that she would accompany him.
Yes. That would have been something, at least.
She wrote a letter to Simon. A letter that I wish she had not written. When the babies were born in the Godswood, there was some disagreement between us. Lana stopped believing in me, Oliver.
Why?
Because my grandmother reminded me that sometimes prayers are not the only way to ask gods for favors.
I do not know what you mean.
When you left, you were asking me what I would do if it was a girl, and I did not really know. Rosanna, my grandmother, she offered me a way that maybe we could sway things in our favor, and I didn't know what to do then either, so I asked Mara, and Mara said to do what I believed. And if I believed it, then it would work. I believe in Greenmont, and so we went to the Godswood, and there were goats, and the tree. And then the babies were born.
There's a flicker of at least vague understanding. And Oliver nods a little bit and looks back down to Bryn in his arms. You did nothing wrong.
Lana told Simon that me and my grandmother were performing blood magic. And the Maester, in all his wisdom, gave that letter to my mother. Now my mother and my father are here. With Costain. And they are our guests. I don't know what happened between you and Alistair, but I'm assuming it's something along the lines of what happened between you and Costain.
With Alistair, it's different, my lady. He tried to kill me. He tried to start a war. Over pride or because he is part of whatever greater conspiracy is happening.
Are you not two sides of that same coin? Both conspiring, both attempting to kill people, both waging a war. It's over. Let the war be over. You're going to kill all of Greenmont if you keep going, Oliver.
Would you like to make any tests against each other? I feel like through the discussion there has been some moments of like, I know that's a that kind of role, or I know that's a that kind of role. But if you don't want to do any of that, then we can leave it.
I think, I'm not trying, I don't have a goal, I think, that's strong enough to try to convince.
Okay.
I'm just talking.
Okay. Is there anything unresolved that you want to resolve before we move on? Because I'm just aware we have quite a lot tonight.
Yeah, he'll consider your words very closely. And he'll say, I serve you, my lady. I made a promise to you. We made a promise together.
Your wounds won't heal if you keep rushing around. You need to rest.
I know.
I told Costain you wouldn't be at the feast. But I think perhaps it's better if you are.
I would like to be there.
I'll make sure they blunt your knives. And she kind of reaches down and she'll squeeze his wrist to show that she's joking. Sort of.
Okay, I think it's a nice point to move over to Briar. Briar, what is your little homestead like in Fox Hollow Hamlet?
It's removed from the hamlet, actually, by quite a ways away in the forest. Pardon. It's not his. It's Gracie's. And it's simple enough. It's sort of efficiency apartment rules. Sheepskin curtains kind of divide between the kitchen and the living room. The bedroom, there's an area for it, but the children sleep behind a sheepskin cloth, and he and her share a bed. It's a humble abode, and he usually walks to it. Horses and him don't really agree with each other. But as he walks along, he would be very attentive. He knows he said some things, and the hatreds of lords can run very deep, almost as deep as their memories.
Well, as you approach Gracie's home, you do look around you, just checking the shadows. That as the late afternoon sun is beginning to come to a close, and soon you aren't due back on duty to the hamlet for the lantern procession, but you are invited, as are all of the residents of Fox Hollow. And parting the sheepskin door
Yeah, there is a door. It's just
okay.
Yeah, it's not that great, but opening it.
Sure. It provides some privacy, and heading inside, you find Gracie. She's making just a little kind of wicker candle holder, a second one for the kids. The first, the two of them probably fighting over the first one.
Annie, Brad, please keep it down.
And as soon as you speak, as soon as you enter, Gracie stands and she runs towards you with a warm hug, and then kind of stays there, nestled in your collarbone.
Warm welcome, Keeper.
Always. And you've never gotten used to this, I don't think. This kind of attachment and this strange warmth, almost need to see you as soon as you come in the door.
2 years it's been, and still,
yeah.
All right. If that's up yet, and he calls to the children.
They are still like screaming at each other for this candle holder.
He kind of kisses Gracie's forehead and goes over to try and like set them apart from each other. He's very open-handed, like just inserting himself between the two. He's not pushing or anything like that. He's just swatting them away almost. Right. Okay, if one of you doesn't calm down, I'll throw the bloody thing in the fire.
No, don't. Then I'll have to make another one.
Fair enough.
Look, I've almost finished this one. Just give me a few more moments.
Fine. Come here. See, he grabs at Annabelle and just holds her and, like, not chastises, but, like, please just calm down. Just calm. It's all you need to do.
How is the keep?
It fares well. More lords than usual, at least.
Or?
It's nothing. Nothing to worry about.
No, come on, it's better out than in. What is it?
Oh, God. Family of the Lady Matia. On a visit of some sort. I had some words with their lord. Strong words. Don't think he minded. I lie. None too well.
Did you get in trouble?
I'll be getting there. I feel it. If I keep my mouth open, at least.
You can't keep doing that. You can't do that. Not.
I know.
And she smiles at you and kind of shares your gaze as you actually look at her.
Annie's still squirming in his arms, so let her go and go back to fighting. They'll tire themselves out eventually.
Have you heard there is a Septon in town?
Seen him. Seems a begging brother.
He says Septon, but sure, I believe a begging brother.
Yes, I've heard. I need to ask, like, I'm going to look at her and see why she's asking that. Like, I don't know if that's an empathy or what that is, but
oh, sure, okay. Oh, wow. I don't think there's really any easy way to kind of figure out why she's saying that.
Okay.
I mean, the delivery sounds like news. There was like an ounce of concern in it. Sure.
Something troubles you.
He's not saying it plainly, but he almost is saying things, I think, about the Lady Greenmont.
Things.
His sermons, his stories, they're not like most septons that I've ever seen visit.
Stories. Sermons.
Warning tales, whatever they call them.
Fictions, I'd say, but from my mouth to the Father's ears. He kind of looks up at the sky.
She gives you a stern look.
Should come as no surprise. This Septon, does he speak enough to worry you?
She laughs. She looks down at the floor for a moment as she finishes up, and then for a second, just finishes the final loop in her candle holder, and then says, "You know me by now, Briar. I would worry anyway."
He smiles very warmly at that. And let that worry fade for the next few hours. Just to be with her. Of course, the work of a guard is important. Of course, he swore to protect the house, but you leave that at the doorstep, as he left his sword and shield.
You have a little dinner, share some more stories, laugh. The children settle down a little bit until you begin to make your way towards the little lantern festival. Mara, heading towards the lantern festival. The house is all heading there, but you have an opportunity to speak to Lady Crane if you want to.
Yeah, I imagine that as we're going down, I would assume there is some kind of Greenmont guard escort as well.
Of course, yeah.
And she'll catch a moment where perhaps, the Lord Crane has moved off to talk to somebody within part of the group that's with them, and she'll get a chance to get the Lady Crane kind of by herself, when other people kind of aren't chatting, just moving into that space. And she'll greet her, my lady, it's so lovely to finally meet you properly, that is.
She looks over at you. There's a bit of side eye involved, for sure. And she kind of looks you up and down, but it's not necessarily the confident look of someone who is really got the confidence to be haughty. She looks you up and down, but it is a slightly nervous kind of glancing around rather than a full kind of up and down. And
Mara is dressed in, she's gone for very Reacher fashions rather than the more Dornish styles she used to wear, because this is a festival here and she knows that the political situation isn't quite great right now. But she will say, it's such a strange circumstances that we find ourselves related, but not quite. I know that the terrible events with Marzia not being able to marry my brothers. My father really cared for her. I hope you know that. I don't know if you ever had the chance to properly meet him after they had been married, but she has done wonders for this house you raised. An incredible daughter, my lady. There are very few women in Westeros that could hold up the weight that she has ever since my father's death.
Thank you.
Look, and Mara will kind of look round and wait till there's a bit of a part in the crowd so she doesn't have to talk in too hushed of a tone and worry about people hearing. So I've heard some very, very disturbing stories, rumors, accusations about the Lady Marcia. At one point, she was like a sister to me, and now she is like a mother to me. And I fear that perhaps these have reached your ears. It's not that anything has been said to the lady by me, it's just she seemed very upset the other night. And this is so rare that I ever see her that way. I know that things have been said, accusations have been made about her children. Am I right?
Yes, child.
I have to ask, my lady, how do you feel about this? I know it cannot be easy with such things surrounding your household.
As you walk along south from the keep, like away from the natural causeway that leads up over the bridge and then up towards the keep, that's kind of from west to the east, kind of like into the mountain that the keep sits halfway up, and then actually skirting the wall there, I imagine that you've got a little bit of a natural kind of corridor, and then if you head south, it's more of a bit more of an open expanse, but it heads towards the hamlet proper. And as you head down this causeway, she says, "There is a time and a place, my lady. For gossip, this is not one, I imagine."
I apologize, my lady, I'm not trying to gossip. The Lady Marcia, she cares very, very deeply about her children, about this house. She cares very deeply about you. Now, these stories that are being told, the truth of them, that doesn't matter, not in the long run. All of us know in the positions that we're in, truth or lie, if it's sensational enough, if it is enough to give even the common folk something to talk about in their taverns, it becomes truth.
You know the truth of these rumours, do you?
Perhaps I do, but I know the truth of something even greater, that regardless of these rumours and these stories, feeding into them, allowing them to affect your relationship with the Lady Marcia, your own daughter and your grandchildren, feeding into that will never end well. You are a great and old and powerful house.
I'm not
Such
that
rumors.
old.
Not you, my lady. Your house. Such rumors, you should not let them stand. Such rumors shouldn't even be able to be uttered in your presence or the presence of your household. Because what matters is that you have a daughter who is upholding a house on her shoulders, and you have two beautiful grandchildren, my brothers, that are going to grow up to be lords. Does it matter either way whether these rumors are true? But they are your blood. They are her blood. And if these rumors are allowed to continue unchecked, if you are seen, or any of your household are seen to even be considering that they are true, it doesn't just bring ruin on Marcia and her sons and my brothers. It brings shame to you. I don't presume to tell you how to run your household, my lady. Not in the slightest. But I would say that whether these rumors are true or not, putting aside those differences, those thoughts, and ensuring that the Lady Marcia keeps a strong claim to House Greenmont for her children and your grandsons, that is what is important here.
Make me a persuasion test.
Oh.
Pick your basically pick your technique from the list of specialties.
Yeah. Oh, so many windows.
And you don't need any bonus dice for this because I know how stacked you are. So.
Oh yeah. She's trying to convince her. She's not lying to her. She's trying to do the whole. Does it really matter if it's true?
Yeah.
What matters is whether or not you show to other people if it's true.
Yeah,
so
totes. I mean, you towed the fucking line, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Persuasion.
So it'd be convince, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got this on the wrong screen, so everything is small.
That's a 22.
So that's 22.
There's 2 ones there that you can re-roll.
Yeah. So I'm adding 3 after that. So let's re-roll those. Roll 2d6.
So a 2 and a 3 would not replace either of the 5s. So we're still on 22.
And then with the +3 that I get from 2 other things, it's 25 in total.
Okay. All right. So what what objective do you have here? What would you like her to do?
I'm trying to convince her.
Oh, this is short term, by the way.
Yeah.
Short term consequence.
That would be to, I guess, to start the thought in her head and perhaps the conversation with her husband that it doesn't really matter if the rumors are true. It matters more if we should just not pay them heed. She wants to get that seed planted that, maybe it doesn't matter, if they're demon babies. Maybe it just matters whether or not we openly show that that's what we think. That's what she's planting. The truth doesn't matter here in that sense. What matters is the truth that you put out.
She turns to you for the first time. She actually looks at you kind of proper. She doesn't keep your gaze for an amazingly long time. She breaks eye contact a little bit, but she does say, "That was a dear little speech. But my fear is that everything matters in the eyes of the gods." And then she walks towards the procession. Marcia.
That is my name.
Hey, fam.
Hi.
In this month of the Crone's Lantern, we pray to the Crone so that we might be guided by her light and listen to her wisdom. So is the Crone's power, that she foretold that the baby girl that the maiden brought forth into the world would bear the king 40 mighty sons, and these Andal kings of old still trace their line back to the 40. And the Septon carries on this grand sermon story before arriving at a moment where he says quietly, "Let us sing." The Septon's earthy, eloquent voice booms into the night, and then a chorus of off-key small folk voices drone out the song of the 7. Part of it being, "The crone is very wise and old, and sees our fates as they unfold. She lifts her lamp of shining gold to lead the little children." Once the singing is done, the Septon speaks up again. "Now is the time to open our eyes and ears to the love and guidance of those around us. And we ask Masha, not long with this community, as the oldest and wisest woman among us, to speak her best, and share with us the wisdom that has grown in her heart over the years. At the center of this crowd, the children holding small candles to light their way, an old woman stands, holding a lantern aloft a 7-foot pole, a simple torch flame that illuminates the dark evening sky around Fox Hollow hamlet. The sky is clear and cold, with a new moon in the sky barely visible. Standing at the mouth of the natural causeway up towards the keep from the north stands our assembly of House Greenmont and guests. Lord and Lady Crane, the young oak and his wife, Sirs Oliver and Babblebrook, and finally, Lady Greenmont, holding her swaddled son, Bryn. Back in the crowd of small folk, Briar stands with his common wife, Gracie. Families shuffle and cough in the dark as they wait for the old woman to speak. She stutters and starts quietly before some encouragement from the Septon. I've seen quite a few things in my life. From the hot burning deserts to the south, to the rolling plains of the north. But always these mountains have called me back. I have recently made a journey from Blackmont to Fox Hollow. With the disappearance of its lord, life is not easy there. But here, my new home, I am told troubling news. Oh. And she pauses nervously as she eyes the Septon and the gathered highborn party. Go on, my dear. You cannot be damned in the eyes of the Seven for speaking the truth, says the Septon. Of blood magic, of defilement, of a child born without a father, an abomination from the old gods. The Septon turns to Marcia and says, Marcia Greenmont, as a child of the Seven, and on this hallowed month of prayers, it would be wise to heed the advice of the Crone and let her lantern guide you. What have you to say to her?
I'd ask the Crone take her lantern to watch over my children, to visit Prince Maekar, who blessed us with his presence and his acknowledgement. Dragons see truth as well as crones. He saw my children. He honored us by taking one to Summer Hall. The gods do not allow abominations. They have that power to grant and to take away. The Seven would not have permitted such a thing. Or do you believe they would?
Your father takes one step forward from the gathering of the noble party and turns towards you and says, but there were a few who saw what happened that night.
7. And 4 more, Father.
And the account from the 4th writes of abominations in the eyes of the Seven. A call to the old gods that have no power here in the south. Charlie.
Yes, Sam.
We are in a round of intrigue, but I'm going to let you go first. So here's some environment.
It's my mountain. I can go first.
Right, and I asked you. So here is some environmental stuff that's got going on here. Okay.
Yeah.
Your small folk and this whole Crone with a lantern are all like eyes fixed on you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So there is pressure from the crowd, which is going to give some base influence, like bonus to things targeting you. The Septon is actually going to assist. So, like, because I was saying, I want to keep these kind of one-on-one style things. Mara did well in her thing with Lady Crane, so she won't take part. And Marzia, you have people here, obviously. You have Mara, you have Oliver, you have Lady Rosanna as well. So you can call on the player characters here to assist you as well, if you like. And like we've been house rolling anyway, they don't have to roll to do that. They lend you half of their persuasion, deception rank, depending on what they're using. All right. So bearing in mind what your objective might be and your disposition towards your father, please give me your first action.
I need to open my intrigue sheet. Hold on.
That's all right.
My first action is going to be I don't remember which was an action, which was a technique. Influence.
All right, cool. Give us that roll. Remember to add your
persuasion. Do I roll with convince dice on this?
You absolutely can if you think so. If that's what you're trying to do, you're trying to convince him.
15.
That is plus any modifiers that you'd get from your disposition.
Oh, right. Plus 3 is 18.
2 degrees of success. What is your will rank?
Will rank is 5.
So 10.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Does my fear apply?
Oh,
Because
totes.
that's gonna. All right. So minus 1d from that.
All right. So we're taking out the lowest, which is another 5. So that would be 10. 10 plus. So 10 plus whatever your persuasion like bonus thing was from your disposition. Was it a 3? Did you say?
3.
I did
Yes.
13. 1 degree of success. And cool. Okay.
And can I make a will roll to attempt to overcome the fear?
Yeah,
Having
for sure.
just succeeded on that action?
For sure.
All right. So.
Do you have the difficulty to hand?
I think you said 15.
15. Yes.
Cool.
It's like a.
Oh yeah,
hard
because
one.
we're house rolling that for sure.
Yeah, because otherwise it's got to be a d6 and on a 6. And...
Yeah, that's bollocks.
Yeah.
Roll
All
will.
right. Well, no bonus dice. 15.
That's it, mate.
Wait, minus 1d because of the fear.
Yep. 1 fear.
So
Take the one off of that's 14.
14.
Was not quite.
1 down.
Yeah, not quite. Actually, I quite like this. What I might do is I'll lower the difficulty as you go on. Is what I think I might do.
As I succeed, probably.
Yeah, for sure. So if you don't have a successful test, it'll be 12 instead for the next one. Okay. All right, Papa Crane, what have you got for us? The Septon gives you a little more godliness, and your father goes on to say, "You cannot lie in the eyes of the gods. What happened is clearly laid out in the account that we had. Should any transgression against the Seven, in a weirwood here nonetheless, have happened, then, my daughter, you must repent. You must atone for calling on the old gods in such a bloody and awful manner." And he tries to convince you of that too.
Okay. Minus 1d for persuasion, insight, seduction from Beautiful.
Oof, that's a 6.
Nope.
All right. Oh, plus Septon Bard gives us that would be an 8.
Still no.
Cool story. All right, back up to the top of the round. It is you again. What's your next action?
I'm afraid, friend, that I am not your daughter. I'm the daughter of House Crane, which was born from a daughter of Garth the Gardener, the first men. I married into the Greenmont house, sons and daughters of another child of Garth the Gardener, the first men. We sit on the Dornish border, a land of first men. Who am I out here in the wilds to challenge gods old or new? I pray to them both, and it is their mercy that I ask. The seven are powerful. They would not have blessed me with my children, allowed me to survive, if they did not believe in House Greenmont and in me as I believe in them. It is a great boon and blessing that you defame with your words. How dare you, sir? But if you prefer an account of a witness, my daughter Mara was there. Perhaps words uttered honestly in your presence from her mouth, not in an angry note written to a maester, will show you more truth.
It is true I was there when both of the boys were born. It is these rumors, these stories. Yes, we have a weirwood. My father did keep both the old gods and the new. That was no large secret. Out of respect for the fact that most of the Reach, all of the Reach, still worships the new gods. The North still worships the old gods. I see nobody calling them abominations. My father kept both. The Lady Amarcia sought comfort in the Weirwood grounds. The place my father would go when he was troubled. The place he took us as children. I have heard such accounts of this report from my own aunt, nonetheless. However, that report, what you're so kindly missing out, sir, is that your own mother, the Lady Crane, was implicated in it too, accused of performing blood magic to produce a child. Such rumors, such defamation of two great women. And as I love my family dearly and my aunt very dearly, she is... Before I say this, Sam, Lana doesn't have children, right?
No, I don't. I think we established she doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not that we're aware of.
This is an account written by a woman who has been upset at the loss of her brother, stressed about the future of our house, before we knew that the Lady Marcia had been blessed by the gods with not one but two boys, with no potential future. She's had to deal with the Lady Marcia stepping in as the lady of this house, sitting in my father's seat in order to keep our people in these lands with their jobs and their farms and their crops. A seat which I'm sure she felt was rightfully hers, as the sister of my father, a woman who has never had children, who I'm sure that seeing childbirth can be horrific. I remember my own sister being born. I would have called it an abomination when I saw it. She is in fact, or was in fact, not an abomination, but a child covered in blood, as is fairly normal for childbirth. Such an account written by somebody under so much pressure, under so much stress, and undoubtedly with some jealousy towards the Lady Marcia for her position. You would take that single account that implicates both your daughter and your own mother as being tied to this blood magic. You don't just insult the Lady Marcia or the House Greenmont, but you insult the people of Greenmont lands that you think that this would stand. You insult your own house and your own mother by believing that would be the case.
We do not condemn Lana. She grieves, as do we all. We have all lost a great deal.
Mother, I don't condemn the Lady Lana. You know I love my aunt dearly, but she is a woman under a lot of stress. She is a woman who has had to suffer and lose.
No, Mara, we should not be angry with Lana. We should be angry that she is being wielded as a weapon.
That's not what she would like, and it's not what my father would like. And I would remind everybody here that the Lady Marcia sits in my father's seat.
This is a merry little dance. But by your own admission, Marcia, you sought the old god's favour to get this child, to get your way with something.
Sir, she was already pregnant. I do not think that the old gods blessed her with a pregnancy in the course of an evening. Or would you like me to find a maester to tell you how that works?
Mara.
I will not have you defamed, my lady, on my father's own lands.
I'm not sure we should entertain this conversation. It is insulting not just to me and my family, but to the people of these lands. People who are your hosts, sir, lest you forget yourself.
It is not me these people are staring at for an answer.
They have my answer, and they may judge it. It is not I who bestows power in these mountains. I am treated kindly, and I seek to protect the people of these lands in all the ways that I can. But it's these people that House Greenmont serves. They may judge me, but you are not of the Red Mountains, sir. But you should be ashamed for what you are turning your back upon. You should be ashamed to cry wronghood in your own blood. I have been a dutiful daughter to you. I am a dutiful servant of Westeros. Or would you like to argue with His Grace? Would you like to add treason to your list of insults, sir?
Which grace? I don't see any of their graces here.
Prince Maker. Seek him at Summer Hall. Greet your grandson while you're there.
All right, let's
Or
roll some...
perhaps at 10 King's Landing. I believe he is there for a tournament.
All right, let's roll some dice.
You care for tournaments, do you not, father?
Alrighty, give
He's
yourself...
ruining my festival, Sam!
I know, give yourself 2 bonus dice, that was thrilling. And Mara's, what's half your persuasion rank rounded down?
If it helps, I can't have any more bonus dice. I'm already at 3 bonus.
Okay.
My persuasion rank is
persuasion.
4.
Or is this not a bonus dice?
No,
This
it's
is
modifier, so you'll add
Modifier,
2
okay.
to the result.
Alright. So I'm rolling with cancel 3 bonus dice, because 1 from my convince, 2 from you, and then we add 2 to the result. -1 overall because of fear. 12. Which is maxed out.
So you already took away that penalty
Oh wait,
dice.
+2, yes. So +2, 14. Plus my modifier, hold the fucking shit. 3, 17.
2 degrees of success. Is it convince again?
Yeah.
Okay. You win the intrigue. Congratulations. What would you... So you've convinced him. What would you like to convince him of?
Shut the fuck up.
Literally just shut the fuck up? I will take that as rules as written.
Be specific, Charlie.
I want him to drop the blood magic subject and this nonsense that it's important.
Okay. I'll let you go further than that. Like, what do you want him to believe about the birth, about this night, about your arguments you've been making?
I want him to believe he should be afraid of the old gods on this mountain. That's
I like that. Cool. All right. Okay. Well, so he shuts up. And the rest of the Lantern Festival, there's a little bit more singing. There's a little bit of kind of poor eating. But yeah, essentially it goes into the evening with the Septon regaling with a few stories and stuff. Do you try and make your way kind of within people, or do you kind of stick to the
I
stick to
think
the
she
edges and
would.
stuff?
She would visit with kind of, if she recognizes maybe a farmer that's been by, she'd go and see Braith, who I imagine is also celebrating out here.
Yeah, sure.
She would definitely just be making herself very visible, and she'd go and speaking to people. She's probably healed a few of them, checking in on the border farms.
Alrighty.
Sir Oliver, who sat through that entire argument just with like steel in his eyes, once the festival gets going again, he wouldn't leave Marzia's side unless she tried to make him go away. Like he would be like almost shoulder to shoulder with her unless she tried to get rid of him.
In the same point, Briar would at some specific juncture whistle to both of his kids and not let them out of his sight. And he'd hold on to Gracie very greedily,
Sure.
as if she was made of the wool.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite cool, even though it's a spring night. It's quite clear and everything, and there's this new moon, so it's not very light either. So this lantern really kind of holds some power for everybody. I would like to close up the scene by saying that, like, when you finally speak to Masha, there's kind of like newly inducted.
Fucking drop kick her off the mountain.
No. I think like as you pass the intrigue, I think she's kind of convinced. She's like, you're right in that they keep the old gods and new in many, many places in this realm.
I've heard of great change at House Blackmont, but I am assured that the Greenmont cousins are strong.
I hope so.
You have left them.
As a few have.
Do you fear a weirwood tree, Masha?
She does that kind of like tidy herself up, kind of like she does the Picard maneuver, metaphorically. She's like, no.
Nothing to fear if you believe in nothing.
And she's only just this little stout old lady as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why don't you come with me to the Godswood? Pay your respects to Lord Lucas.
She could totally do that if you want to take her.
And she'll turn and she'll invite anyone who is listening to come to the Godswood to visit with Lord Lucas.
Okay.
Since they all now know about it, it's not a secret anymore.
No, this is. I like Susie in like in chats like power play. I love it. Roll me. I don't know. Roll me. Like status or persuasion. This is like a hello everyone, I am your lady. Come and have a look. It's not that scary. Like it's everyone, right?
Can I use reputation bonus because it's small folk?
Yeah.
And +2 from head of house.
Yeah. First.
Yes.
Roll me because this
My
is still
fear?
about your fear, right? Roll me your will roll. Difficulty
Right.
12.
Submit with 1 penalty dice because I'm afeared. 17.
Boom.
It's my mountain.
There you go. It's your mountain.
That apparently no one can watch a road on.
No one tells me nothing. All right.
21, Sam.
Sure thing. That's That's a heroic success, basically. So yeah, you absolutely just come and look.
And if they've got like paper lanterns or anything, she'll tell them to bring them.
Yeah.
The festival.
The kids have got the little candles in their wicker holders that have been treated, and they've got the Crone's got this lantern, and it's this weird thing. Like, remember when it was all candles as well that one time? Like, people are coming in with little candles.
Marcia remembers vividly when it was all candles.
It's all lit really weirdly and stuff, but some people, the elder members of this community, hold a vigil out at Lukos's grave.
And Marcia will turn to Oliver, say, Sir Lord Ironwood, when you honour us with a song, it is a festival.
But of course, my lady, did you have a specific tune in mind?
I always liked the ones that you sang after dinner with the boys. They never knew the words, but they'd laugh along anyway. Something merry. It is a festival, and we should celebrate the wisdom of the Crone. And she kind of looks across to Rosanna Crane and smiles.
Oliver will smile too, and there's a twinkle, and I think Marcia knows him well enough to know the mischief twinkle. And that's the twinkle that's in his eye. He'll kind of step forward and turn to the group as most of the people have gathered now on this, and we're in the werewood now, right?
Mm.
We led them all through the house.
The face of the werewood is like open-eyed, screaming joy.
I just want it to be noted that if it looks like Oliver is going to break into song, Mara is the first one to get to the front, somewhere near Marcia, and it's instantly like a child again, waiting for this moment. She remembers these from after dinner as well.
I would also like to note that Briar is probably standing way, way back away with the rest of his family. He's actually kind of on the edge of like, okay, let's just sneak off because he wants to go take them to the forge to see his brother's name.
So, notably, Lord and Lady Crane are also on the edge of the werewood. I imagine it to be almost like walled in with the rock, the mountain. So there's like this grove. And they are like almost pressed up against the back kind of like wall, the rocky wall near the exit. Just kind of looking on, and your father's staring up. Like, you can't tell if it's fearful or if it's anger. But he stares at the face of the weirwood tree, gurning back at him.
And Oliver sort of looks to the crowd. He's dressed in like his fine Sherwani, very Dornish style, noble clothes. And there's the light of the lanterns on his face and that slight smile. He looks to the ground and to the tree behind him and then back out to the crowd and says, "Whether you pray to the old gods or the new, one thing is true. All of us, in a way, all of us who live here in Fox Hollow are children of those who have come before Lord Lukos. House Greenmont is old and wise. Its lands are plentiful, and we all come from the earth, and one day we all return to the earth. I do not know any songs of the Crone, forgive me, but I will sing an old song that I knew once. It was taught to me when I was a child. One so old that it comes from the first men, in a language forgotten." And he smiles and he begins to just gently sing this song. And it starts off just a little sad, and he's kind of just motioning back and forth, just moving. He wraps his arms around his stomach almost protectively, and then he starts to bob his head, and the song picks up and it becomes very spirited. And I don't think I don't know if anybody speaks like the old Dornish tongue, but this is like something that the houses of Dorne, some of the old houses of Dorne still speak. And it's a very lively and fun song. It's one of the songs that he would have sang to Lucas's children when they were young, but it has nothing to do with any of the gods. It's just a fine tune. And although he has a pleasant voice, he is straining a little bit because he's also still sick and wounded.
And after all of the songs, once the drink is dry and the food here has all been eaten, people retire back to their hovels and the keep. But Briar heads with his new family to the wall in or near the keep that contains the names of the devoted soldiers. So the house kind of guerrillas that have fallen. And I want to hand over the GM reins a little bit to Charlie for this, because I, one, legit have no idea what this wall is like, and two, it's your house, so fuck it.
So this wall forms part of the armory that houses deep underground in a storeroom the swords that have been made to use and that have been made formerly for use. Many of the Greenmont men's swords are just returned here and money sent to their families when they do fall. But this wall is close to the forge of our Lady Blacksmith Kiri. And I imagine whenever you touch it, no matter the season, it's still always vaguely warm to the touch. And sometimes the names are finely chiseled in, and sometimes it is the brothers of the devoted who do it themselves, taking out simpler tools that they have to carve in the names. No one knows when it started, and you can't pinpoint the first name very clearly. Some of it is caked in lichen, and some of it brushed clean where fingers have traced names.
Thorin's is well kept. He was well loved and regarded amidst the devoted. And this is the first time in 2 years that Briar accepts he's gone. He missed the ceremony. Gracie and the rest of them were there. But he wasn't. When he took to Gracie's bed, there was no regret, no guilt. For a long time, he wondered if that was some sign of wickedness. But as he looks at the name on the wall, as it is scrubbed clean, no doubt, by his father, who loved Thorin so well, there is a stillness in him. And he just holds on to what he's been given for dear life. He thinks about Oliver's little speech, how everyone is a child of somebody. He thinks about the Crone and how he used to believe that maybe the lantern would guide him on some good road. Sort of looks to his legs, which now pain him, no doubt because of all this bloody walking. And like a mantra, he just repeats under his breath, "Be a better man." a better man.
And Sam, if you'll allow, I imagine the forge door kind of opens and Kiri comes out and she's been battering out a dent in some armor, kind of reworking it, and she kind of dumps it down by the wall and she stops, frowns at Briar, not having expected anyone to be here, but then slowly kind of gives a nod of respect, recognizing why perhaps he is here.
You do fine work. He pats at the shield on his back, at the sword at his side.
Best in the Red Mountains.
He grabs onto Gracie as he looks at the name, fighting back tears. We'll leave you to it, of course.
Take your time. And she gives a slow nod of respect to each of the family members there, and then a nod to the wall, and goes back in. She leaves the forge door kind of half open, so a glow spills out to better illuminate this wall.
His hand hovers above the name. It was finely carved. His father and mother probably pooled together months of wages to make sure that there was an actual carver there. And as it is so fine, his fingers trace across it. And he fears for a moment that as his fingers trace across, the name will fade, it will break or shatter. It doesn't. But a part of him does. And so he would turn to those assembled, pat Annie on the head, lift Braddock up, damn the pain in his legs, hold Gracie's hand and walk. I don't think he would have said anything afterward, on the way home. But he would have spent the night, or at least a portion of it, weeping.
Mara, when the festivities have finally quietened down, you head to the keep, eager for your bed. But you have company. Alistair and Sir Samuel Tarley are up in your quarters, still drinking. Sir Samuel says to you, "Well said, down there."
Thank you. And do not entertain rumours, not in my father's house, certainly not in my father's lands.
Nor should you.
I trust you have both had a good evening here.
Oh, I think so. What are you looking at?
Charlie in chat. I think it's at this point she almost feels awkward because I think there is a bit of a divide in that, Alistair clearly has or is making friends. And whilst there's a part of her that is still a little bit suspicious from what she said, but she's not massively fussed. She trusts that he would tell her if there was anything else here. But she almost feels awkward because she doesn't really have that. She has, some handmaidens occasionally, but she has no friends. These other lords are not bringing their wives with them to war. And I actually kind of imagine that this is where Mara would, she'd engage in very polite conversation, but if it's clear that they're still kind of having a good time and having a drink, I think she would probably go and seek out Marcia, because she's got no one else in this castle right now.
Sure. Before you walk towards the door, but before you go through, you are stopped by a clumsy arm around your waist, and Alistair goes in to kiss you passionately. Now, I will say, just for for the sake of it, like, you can tap out at any point of this. Like, this is, if you're totally not comfortable with anything, then let us know.
She would turn in his grip to, reciprocate.
Mm-hmm.
She loves her husband, even if he is an idiot. I imagine she's had a little bit of wine, but I don't think she's inebriated as such. Especially knowing that she may have had to continue talking to the Cranes for Marcia after she begged her to. But she would reciprocate. She's got no problem showing affection to her husband, even in the presence of others.
And Alistair is clumsy, but he is forceful in that passionate way. As he pushes Mara up to kind of against the wall.
I think she's probably giggling at this point a little bit. Like, she's enjoying the attention. She's kind of giggling because, Peak Tarly's still in the room. And I imagine at some point she kind of like gently pushes Alistair, not in like a get off me, but giggling and laughing, being like, husband, are you drunk? I'm not sure that the Lord Tarly here perhaps wants to see such a display.
Lord Tarly turns to you and says, actually, I think I might stay.
There's so much fanfic going to be written by Charlie.
Yeah, for sure. And ultimately, both of them make a move. So it is like there's not going to be no rolling involved or anything like that. Would Mara, given this situation right now, given her feelings, would she reciprocate? Would she consent?
I'm not gonna lie, I think she'd be curious.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because she thinks they're just both kind of really, really drunk, and this could be really, really funny.
Mm-hmm.
But she is curious because she kind of got told by Alistair underhandedly that, he loves her very dearly, but also, that dude, your brother, which she also found out about afterwards, but and I think she cares about him enough that she wants to see this side of him. She doesn't, like, he's never shared this with her properly.
Yeah.
So I think perhaps she'd put off going to see Marcia until a little bit later.
Sure.
Perhaps, giving herself the excuse of, like, she's probably still dealing with all of the guests, shuts the door.
Yeah, absolutely. As the three of them make their way to the bed, Alistair is still kissing Mara passionately. So Samwell starts by caressing Alistair, kissing his neck, taking off his shirt and doublet and stuff like that. But it would soon kind of change into both of them kissing Mara and then kissing each other as other ungodly, like,
I think the only
Game of
thing
Thrones
Mara
things happen.
Mara would do after that is I think there would be a point where she'd probably be looking straight into Alistair's eyes with her hands on the side of his cheeks and just like, are you sure about this? And she's looking for that look of, like, I know you're a bit drunk, but I don't believe that you're anywhere near as drunk as you're probably making out. But she's looking for that flicker in his eyes that says, I am not sure what the fuck is happening. And if she doesn't see it, she's good.
So the camera cuts to his face as he stares down at you, and then that look is interrupted as Sam will like again like bites his neck, and then he like closes his eyes in
As long as
in
he
pleasure.
looks, as long as he looks sure, as long as it's not a look that's like, oh shit, no, like, yep, moment where you're like, oh, this is a really bad idea.
No, he's
As long
having a
as
wicked
it's
time.
that, she's good with it.
Cool.
She loves her husband. She wants to see this side of him.
You all have a wonderful time. Marzia.
Heck.
Are you pushing Salastraya again for one more night?
I think even with Oliver's explanation that Maria had someone watching over her, she would. Because also ringing in her head is the idea that they could still lose children.
For sure.
Because neither of them are there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, make me your will test. It's against Salastraya's passive will rank, right?
I believe so.
As you will yourself to go to sleep and slip into the skin of your animal cohort.
I'm trying to remember if dedication applies to this or not.
Um,
The dedication is part of the feat requirement or the benefit requirement.
Sure. Dedication's not quite it. This is Warg Dreams, right?
Yep. This is full Warg, but yeah.
Full Warg. Slipping into its skin is a greater action. Using your animal's tats, you retain your own cunning and will. During this time, your body is insensate and unconscious, and have no awareness of what's going on around you. So actually, you don't need to roll.
Okay. I mean, you could roll it that I have to roll because she's fatigued having been doing this, but it's up to you.
No, that comes after, as you've decided to push her one more night. I mean, you are tired already, and you can feel that this is starting to really push the limits.
Mm-hmm.
So you push her again, I guess, towards where you think Ironwood might be.
Yeah, I imagine in her solo on the desk is like a map. And she can see, where the sign is for the Ironwood house, and she's tried to figure out, like, what do I think this would look like? I'm looking for a river, I'm looking for this mountain kind of thing.
For sure, okay. So I need you to roll for me survival orientation.
Okay, it's just gonna be straight survival. Because I don't think Salastraya has anything that applies. Wait, do I take mine or hers? I take mine, right? That's what you said.
Her survival.
Her survival. Well, that's good.
No. Your survival. I was asking the question. Sorry.
Yes.
So yeah, it will be your survival because you are the one cerebrally you're looking through her eyes, trying to figure out where roughly you think you might be, where you might go.
Okay. If I use her sense of smell to look for people, like that scent of people, could I use her hunt bonus dice? Still use my survival, but her hunt bonus dice?
Yes. If you want to seek out people, that's actually track. And I think she might have something funky about her tracking.
She's been pushing for a few days, so if she can find people that might give her another landmark.
Absolutely.
Or it might take her to Ironwood. Fair thinking.
I like it. Let me just find her. Here we are. Yeah, so she's got 1B in track as well as hunt. That's weird. There was nothing on her senses.
Okay.
We get +1 dice on stealth tests.
Yes.
She's sneaky.
Alright, so my survival with 1 from track/hunt, whichever you want to take.
Sure.
It's 1 in either. So
I think we're looking for a 9 here.
6.
Okay. So
can I use my luck to reroll that?
For sure.
Alright, I'll reroll that. I'll do it. 1, That's worse. That's what I get for being greedy.
Do you take the second roll? I
Yep,
think you
have
do.
to take the second. It's
Okay.
not advantage, it's luck.
Okay. You do find people, but the cerebral nature of your understanding of the world and Salastria's innate animal instinct screams predator. As you see mountain folk in rough skins with axes and boar spears, and they are ready to pounce on you. I am going to use a little bit of an active initiative here, so I am going to give you the first turn.
I think Salastria would attempt to kind of leap and run away, look for cover, move out of the way, because Marcia in her head is like, no, not them. They should smell like spices. She's trying to like explain to a cat what sort of person she should be looking for. These are not them. And also there's the fear of, oh shit. And Salastria also echoes that fear of, oh shit, as they both kind of jump back and then they're looking to scramble for cover.
Absolutely. All right, roll me an agility test. Quick dodge bonus dice will apply. And
this
as you
Salastria's.
Yeah. Physical stats all hers.
Yep. Like a druid. Okay, I got it.
Let's do it that way.
Does quickness apply?
Yeah.
Instead of dodge?
No, it is dodge.
Okay.
As these spears come towards you, like there are a couple who haven't got the jump on her, surprisingly. Okay, 16. So she moves out the way. She ducks behind some rocks and scamps away as quickly as she can. Hermley's donated $6. I believe that would probably be for like a keep dice for you. But Herm, let me know in chat. And that will be your combat defense.
Yeah, it says 2 something for Marcia as I squint at the screen. Sorry, what was that saying?
2 bonus. All right. So that will be her new combat defense.
Okay.
All right. You've got 2 bonus dice. Remind me. I can't quite add them.
I've got it in my brain. That's fine.
Yeah. All right. So let's get them to make a couple of little attacks here. A couple of axes get thrown your way. So let's just see here what they got there. First one's an 8.
You said my combat defense was the 16.
It is at the moment, yeah.
Okay.
And even the 15's not going to cut it there, I think, friend.
Nope.
As these 2 axes come by you hear them chink on the rock. As now torches are starting to like spring up beside you in the night. As they're trying to follow you. There's a couple of dogs as well behind you barking, and 2 large hunting hounds. As they run after you, giving chase. What would you like to do next?
She's gonna run. She's not gonna run back the way she's come because she knows she wants to keep pushing forwards. But she's definitely running away from the dogs and the people. I'm not sure what the terrain is like, but instead of like just turning tail and running back, she wants to push in another direction. For
sure. Okay. Well, let's make another either agility or athletics test to run. And I think you've basically like you need a total across the chase of like 4 degrees of success.
Okay.
So if you get them in one shot, you've like shot out and gone. But if it takes a few turns, then a couple more axes will.
What I imagine is because she knows they still know where she is. She's not going to go into hide mode. She's going to go into I just need to run really fast to get out of here mode.
Yeah.
Panic mode. So I'm going to do run athletics.
Yeah, for sure.
Or
yeah, run's perfect.
All right. 17.
Okay. What's against their passive? Athletics would be 8, so that's 3 degrees.
that panicked cat that will climb up vertical walls if it has to get away from whatever is there.
Yeah, I get there's
It's
a
just
couple
a
of like
shriek in the
cat
dark.
parkour going on.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I think that's 3 degrees. Take 8 off of that and you get left with 9. 2 degrees. 3. Yeah, 2 degrees. Okay.
Yes. Nearly 3.
I know, right? I am gonna do another one here for a boar spear coming your way. And what's her usual combat defense?
8.
Ooh, so a hit. Just as there's that like one guy who like gets a shot in, just really quickly.
Oh wait, no, 13. Sorry, I read the wrong number. I was looking at my intrigue because that's where I'm used to looking. I'm sorry, I'm used to looking at my intrigue defense.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay.
Yeah, it's 13. I'm sorry.
I'll just see Matt's per core in the chat. Terrible. So yeah, she skids out the way of the like 3-pronged spear that's coming her way. Yeah.
Her ears are like flat to her head, and she's just like.
Yeah. She's got the zoomies going on. All right, roll me another zoomies test.
All right, zoomies test, and I'm gonna pump in one of those bonus dice in addition to my standard.
So I can fix those bonus dice now that you're.
Yep. So I'll have one bonus dice left.
Now that you're rolling, so I'll put
14.
Is another 2 degrees. So you are good. She's out of there.
Thank you so much to Val Drance for that raid. Hi, Raiders.
Hello.
Sorry, we're in the middle of a chase scene. It would be more enthusiastic, but I'm very scared for my cat right now.
You've missed all the sexy times. There's been juicy fruits. There's been menage a trois drama times. It's been good. Stick with us. We've got lots more to come. All right, Salustria darts into the night. She hooks around some rocks, does some more parkour. None of that now, Matt. And then is off into the night. But you are disoriented. And padding slowly through the early morning, Salustria needs to rest. Come dawn, you know in the back of your mind that you need to be somewhere. And so you wake early for the hunt that's about to take place today. But Charlie, I need you, Marzia, to roll me an endurance stamina test.
All right.
You've been pushing yourself for a few nights, trying to push Salustria further and further into the Red
And
Mountains.
I'm going to use my second bonus dice from Ham on this.
All right, I won't even put that back up.
Don't bother, Sam. It's gone.
Just don't bother, mate.
13.
All right, we were looking for a 12, I think I said, right? My file explorer just popped up for no reason. Cool, you have passed. Congrats. You don't take on any injuries or wounds.
I imagine she wakes up in like a burst of adrenaline, and then she's like, the hunt. And she's not sure if she's meant to be hunting a rabbit in a field or like going on an elegant noble hunt, but she's like bloodthirsty for a second.
For sure. Okay. Let us reassemble all of the main characters. This is a POV scene for Mara, though. It is early on the day of the hunt. Your husband Alistair is eager to get out there with an excitable energy. Briar, I imagine, is on guard duty once again. And Oliver is probably here for posterity. Unless Oliver doesn't want to come and wants to rest up instead. But standing around, like being around the hunt, is not gonna like impact your health roll later.
Oliver would once again be by Lady Marzia's side.
I have a question. Is this literally the morning after?
Yep.
Just a few questions so that Mara knows this. Did Tali stay till the morning?
Did he hit it and quit it, or did he like?
Or did he end up just like? Did he disappear at like 2 a.m.?
Yeah.
When you woke up, he was not in your bed.
Okay. Was my husband in my bed?
Yes.
And did Alistair say anything about it in the morning? Did he appear to be in a good mood, or is he anxious?
Would you have said anything?
I think she probably would have given him that look of like, you're going to say something about last night and you're going to say it now. Like she's looking for something from him to give an indicator about how he's feeling about this whole thing. Because I think come the morning and like the magic of the festival has died, I think there is some anxiety there for her. In that natural anxiety of like, cool, you didn't keep this a secret from me, which is nice, but also, is this going to stay a secret? Like, it's one of those things that, you know, when everybody does a thing that they know is questionable, and then afterwards you're like, should I have I don't regret it, but I don't know if I should have done it.
Yeah, I guess he's very awkward. And again, a bit like the coming out scene, I'm not going to role play the whole thing. But like, so you want to know whether he's going to keep it secret? I mean, yeah, he would like to, because just people's like reactions to it, right?
No, whether he thinks that Tarly is going to keep it secret. I think that's Mara's anxiety. She's not worried about him or them. It's that I think she's looking for that reassurance from him.
It never crossed his mind, but probably, yeah. I mean, that would kind of worry him probably a little bit. But you get the impression that Tarly is being more forward than Alistair.
So if anything, he implicates himself if he says anything.
Mm.
Okay.
It's as much of a risk to Tarly as it is to Alistair.
If Alice is in a good mood, she will trust her husband. Sometimes he doesn't have the worst judgment. A lot of the time he does, but sometimes he doesn't.
He's also, particularly as he's come on the hunt, and he's actually quite excited about this, genuinely. You know, sometimes you just put on a face for people. You're just like, now it's public Alistair time. He's like, he is capable enough. I know we could joke, but he is capable enough as a human being to like present as a, you know, upstanding member of society with, you know, cogent thoughts and feelings.
I imagine that Mara is also like, once that's passed and she felt they both had that moment of like, oh, do you know, screw it. It was fun. It happened. What, like, if the worst happens, as you kind of eventually get to with those things of just like, well, we'll see what happens. She is very excited for him to go on this hunt, because in her mind, this is much better than going to war. And I think that she probably goes on for a little bit about wanting a pelt or something like that. She probably ingests in like, well, you know, we've got married and we haven't really got to spend a lot of time that's just us, where you haven't been gallivanting around. Like, bring me back a pelt, bring your wife back something nice. Probably also using that, especially after last night, bring me back a nice shiny pelt.
Well, you're essentially all meeting with the huntsman. So it's probably a member of the couriers. A small team of them have been out very, very early morning in the false dawn to like investigate what's in the area, what they could do. They have found as they explain, a very small herd of elk, desert elk here that do roam the mountains that we can hunt. And you have moved, you know, that it's been a good league and a bit's travel away from the keep of Fox Hollow. So you are a little bit more out in the wilderness than is normal. Essentially, they just need to know how best you want to conduct the hunt. They say that the deer dropping in this area is fresh. They're happy to come back here. They're happy to gather the kind of herd and push them in this direction. There are essentially a couple of options. The best way this is going to work is, my lady, is by hunting by bow and stable. The herd will be driven by hounds to here, because we believe they'll come back to here at their droppings. Here, we, as archers, and the bows have been prepared, we will be ready to kill them with bow and arrow. There is a subtler form, if you will, my lady, that requires a little bit more practice, but may assist you in your marksmanship. Is a party of 2 or 3 of the couriers on foot will advance slowly and quietly, in partial concealment, leading horses. 2 stalking horses, if you will, as the elk are relatively unalarmed by fellow horses and animals of 4 legs. Will induce the deer to move here without much alarm, in range of your concealed location. It will require a lot of patience, a lot more of a kind of low profile and attitude, as well as a careful understanding of the animals in question. So we can try alarming them with the dogs. They will be much more frightened and much more skittish, or we can try and coax them here, and then you may have a better shot from a concealed position.
Oh wait, is Mara actually getting to hunt?
You all can. It's like I say, it's bow and stable, so it's you're hunting by bows and arrows rather than on the back of horses with boar spears. The other option here, if you want, ladies, is game hunting with falcons. So you can engage in some falconry, and you will be targeting, along with some of the other couriers and some of the other women from Fox Hollow Hamlet, you'll be targeting game like ducks and hares.
I imagine that Mara probably has never been hunting. She's been around the hunt parties, perhaps when she was slightly younger with her father. But I think for her, she'll turn to the the huntsmaster and say, I think the slower approach is better. It's no problem hunting animals for their pelt and for sport, but perhaps it's best not to frighten them in their final moments. Easier on everyone, I would assume.
Alistair turns to you, says, well, how are we to judge who is the better shot if the shot is that easy?
Husband, please. I didn't train with bow and stable. I couldn't take a shot at an elk skitting around the forest.
The falcon does all the work. And he turns to Lady Martzia and says, my lady, back near Red Lake, back near the Ocean Road and Old Oak, we hunted with horse and boar spear.
I do recall very fondly. Your brother was most excellent on a horse. Perhaps you should enjoy the gallop, and Mara and I shall enjoy the bird.
Oh, Mara's not going for the option with the bird. She's going for the option of
Mara has no choice.
Okay.
Marty's kind of turning to Mara let the boy have his fun, Mara. Come on. Just let him go.
There's a moment as Martzia says that where Mara smiles to herself.
Look, if he fights the elk, maybe he won't fight the people. Okay, we give him his blood, and blood for the blood gods is always a good thing.
Blood for the blood gods. She'll look at Martzia and say, well, my lady, if you would like the company, I'm sorry, husband, I may have to abandon you for my dear mother here.
He bows his head towards Lady Martzia. But you do have 3 other guests. You have the Cranes and you have
we can compare
Lord
at the
Costain
table
as well.
who is the more successful hunter.
By what we eat, I presume. Laughs Lord Costain.
Mara will turn and she'll say, well, I suppose perhaps, but also I would like to judge which of us brings back the best pelt. I intend on wearing one of them across my shoulders by the end of the week.
You have your challenge, Lord Alistair. Lord Costain, what do you prefer when you hunt?
I must confess that I am not particularly good at hunting, but I will chance my hand at the bow.
Good. I'm sure Lord Alistair can assist you, should you require anything.
He turns and bows his head towards Sir Alistair.
It is good to see you, Lord Costain. It has been quite some time. I apologise that we don't seem to have crossed while you've been staying at the household.
Virginia, I will remind you about the frickin' intrigue I did at the beginning of season 1 where he got you up on disposition. You will like this man, whether you like it or not.
She's being genuine.
She's being nice.
I got pure sarcasm for what you just said.
No.
All right.
I have bonuses to persuading Lord Costain.
You've met before, Lord Costain.
At the tourney at Old Oak. The wedding tourney. And he glances at Sir Oliver as well.
Yes. Lady Marcia, I must have shown you the beautiful glasses that Lord Costain gifted me and Alistair for our wedding.
I must thank you for a generous gift, my lord.
My pleasure.
Tell me, did you enjoy the festival last night?
It was intriguing.
Wasn't it?
The small folk can be quite rumoursome sometimes, and it is often that Septons will put words into their mouths and thoughts in their heads.
Our high folk, not the same.
It's very true. Very true.
Mara will have the moment where she says nothing, but she looks over at the Lord Crane if he's also standing here. And she's pleasantly smiling, but there's a look in her eye that's like, yes, this is directed at you.
Yeah. He's taking a falcon.
If you do grow weary of the bow, please do join us.
Thank you. I might. Providing the parties are not too far apart.
We shall see how far we wander.
And Oliver, I heard something about snake.
Yes. It will be a fine Dornish dish.
Excellent. Well, I wish whoever is catching that good hunting.
You'll be surprised what a bird can return with.
Ride safely, Lord Costain. These hills, they can be tricky.
Marcia side eyes Oliver like, careful.
All right. So how are you divvying up? Just confirm for me.
I feel like Mara would, at this point, she is excited for this hunt. I feel like she would do in almost a daughter-like fashion, taking Marcia's hand, being like, we should pair up. Be interesting, the two of us out here. See if we can't beat all of the men here and with the falconry over their bows.
Falcons are very popular at Red Lake.
So the two of you are pairing up.
Fortunately, we have to trust Costain with Alistair, but I mean...
Fair enough.
I mean, yeah.
So you've got Lord and Lady Crane falconing as well. I want to know where Briar and Oliver are heading.
Oliver would also falcon.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have to be pairs? Is that how this works?
No. Sorry, pairing up. I just meant like where is each party going? Who's going with what?
Unless,
yep.
Go ahead.
Oliver's staying by Lady Marcia's side.
Yeah.
He's like almost shoulder to shoulder with her most of the time.
Nice.
I think Marcia would like to turn to Briar. I seem to recall you told me you were no good at hunting.
I did, yes.
I hope you'll prove your past self wrong.
But,
Help yourself to a bow. Accompany Lord Alistair and Lord Costain.
And
go ahead, Mara.
Mara turns to this Greenmont guard who she hasn't actually yet met, but she sees Marcia speaking to him and hears the comment about going with Alistair and Lord Costain and says, I'm sorry, I don't believe that we've met.
We did briefly. You ran into my shield.
Oh, of course, yes. I do apologise for that. You caught me in a flustered moment.
Rather clumsy affair for the lot of us, I'm sure.
I think that we've got more than enough people here to look after us, with Sir Oliver accompanying. It would
I look at the wound on his side, just sort of like, mm-hmm.
It's covered up, and he's doing his best to just present straight up. He's not dressed in armor; he's dressed in Sherwani, and he has his halberd.
Yeah, but even then, I think Briar's sort of like, you're taking an injured man out on a hunt. Yeah, that's a smart idea. Mm-hmm, great.
Oliver
Truly,
sees the look.
falconry is little more than a walk.
Yes,
Oliver would just kind of intercede directly to Briar and meet his gaze and just say, please, it would not be right for a member of the Hollow Hearts not to accompany Lord Alistair and Lord Costain.
you would do us both a great honor. A Greenmont guard accompanying my husband on these grounds for his first hunt here.
And I believe, Briar, you're most familiar with the lands of Greenmont.
I would fear that you have heard wrong, but hopefully our past selves are both unfortunate.
I'm assured you would never contradict me.
My father always told me to trust the Hollow Hearts, trust in what they did. Perhaps I can entrust you to ensure my husband comes back with a suitable pelt for myself.
Mara, I
perhaps
should
the lady.
probably correct you. I apologize. Briar is not a hollowed heart, but a devoted.
Even better so.
Most esteemed in our household. Please, Briar, attend.
Yes, make sure these gentlemen come back with something for the both of us.
Of course, my lady.
Briar, you're getting told you're getting a fucking demotion if you don't move your ass right now.
Yeah, pretty much. That's like.
Mara's genuinely being a bit playful in that she's kind of like, she's riling Alistair up in that good way of like, I bet you can't do it. Go on, I bet you can't.
Yeah,
and he goes off and kind of really gets into the hunt.
I'll make sure that he comes back in one piece and with a marvelous pelt for you to wear.
And Mara will gently, like, she'll tap you on like the side of the arm slightly affectionately and smile before going back to Martia.
Oh, and if you find any snake out in the hills, you could bring that back too.
Won't go looking, but I'll try. He kind of pats at Oliver's shoulder and looks very pointedly, but follows orders. And to save his job as a Hollow Heart, goes to join Costain and Alistair.
Okay.
I imagine Marcia was getting very embarrassed at having an extended conversation with a member of our household about where he was going.
Yeah, Oliver's look is not kind before he leaves. You give him a pointed look, man.
Well, you're the one with the gangrenous. Never mind.
I am the master at arms.
Looks down at side.
Oliver can do what he damn well pleases in this castle. It's about to be his.
Yeah, maybe. Briar will present himself to the Lord Alistair and Lord Costain as a gift from the ladies Marcia and your lady wife. It would be my pleasure as a Hollow Heart of this house to accompany.
You get some kind of pleasant thanks, but they don't pay you much heed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
cool
great.
Story, bro.
That fits. That tracks.
Meanwhile, they're busy like testing the pull on these bows, checking the fletching.
He's just gonna like. He has no idea how to work a bow. Like he's just gonna like try and mirror what they're doing, but like not really understanding.
Sure. All right. Why don't we go to the ladies, and I would like you to make for me a survival hunt check. Actually,
can I make an animal handling hunt?
You can
check?
make an animal handling hunt check.
Can I persuade the falcon?
No. What are we hunting? We're hunting ducks. So I've got an owl.
That's close.
That's close enough, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Just roll
Alright.
that for me.
Animal handling. Oof, bad
Can
one.
I also make animal handling?
Yeah.
Cool. It's only slightly better than survival, but
My animal handling is 2 dice better than survival.
it's 1 better for me.
Yeah, you balls that animal handling up, didn't you?
Yeah, it was not a great roll.
Uh,
No bonus dice, unfortunately.
uh,
My bonus dice is in train, and I'm not training the animal right now.
Sure. Okay. Marcia certainly does better than Mara. So you beat its combat defense basically, and Mara didn't. So after a few hours of like falconry, you've got yourselves a few duck that can be put into pates and stuff. Is there anything else you folks would like to chat about while you're doing it?
I think Marcia gets really into it. She gets really into like talking to the little bird. She's having a great time. She's away from the house.
It's a little bird, and it's like
she's like wandering off further than she should. Like trying to get to like places she probably shouldn't. Like go.
Just stretching Oliver.
Mara still wants to kind of speak to Marcia, but doesn't want to do it with Oliver around. She wants to do that in private. But I imagine that like over the course of this, I imagine she catches like 1 duck and like Marcia gets all the other ones. So for the rest of it, she doesn't even bother sending the falcon out. She just spends some time kind of like stroking the bird and enjoying its company and occasionally chatting to Oliver as they both watch Marcia just disappear off somewhere, trying to keep up with her.
Do you the 3 of you feel that you would engineer a situation where Mara would get a shady word with Marcia?
If she tried to start a conversation, I think Oliver would probably realize what she was doing and give them just a bit of space. Yeah, once they're by themselves and they're not in public.
I imagine there might be like an excuse if you're like, oh, that looks like it'd be a pain to like climb over a little bit. Yeah, I'll wait here, kind of thing. But I imagine once we get out and we're in this beautiful like wooded area, I imagine Marcia's looking around at this bird going.
Well, it's kind of shrubland, red mountainy stuff.
Yeah,
but there's a bit of greenery here.
And she will, I guess, while Marcia's waiting for this bird to return, kind of come up beside her and put her arm through hers, kind of holding onto it, and just say, I hope that the other night didn't cause you too much embarrassment. I can't believe that your father would start such an accusation in such a public place.
A lot of things have happened in very public places, Mara.
Look, I know that once I leave Fox Hollow here back for Old Oak, it'll probably be a while before I return. And with the hunt and the feast coming up, this is probably the last chance we'll get to really celebrate together. And you should know, Marcia, that you are doing my father proud.
Mara, why don't you stay?
Old
Oak has the Old Oak.
It does, but
we can keep the young oak more than entertained, I'm sure.
I fear that perhaps we're too close to dawn here. Too close to the battle that he so wishes to step back into again. I would love to stay. This will always be my home. And it's difficult for me to
I would wish you stay, because Oliver will. And he will also be near the battle that he craves.
Yes, and it seems that Sir Oliver and my lord husband don't exactly see eye to eye.
All the more reason to keep them together. They can have their own quiet battles. Under our supervision. Do you not remember the table with Peak and Tali?
Marcia, you don't need me here. You run this household perfectly fine.
Mara, I need all of my children here.
My father was right to marry you. You know that? I know that you didn't come to this house to marry my father. I know you cared for my brothers. as did I. We would have been sisters, but when he came to me asking if marrying you would be the right thing because you were family, you were betrothed to my brothers, and he didn't know how to keep someone who was basically family safe. And I'm glad that I supported him because you are the future of this house now. My father's legacy lies with you, and I suppose what I'm asking is I need permission to go back to Old Oak and be the Lady Oakheart, Marcia, and know that this house, my father's legacy, is safe with you and with Sir Oliver.
I had no idea that he'd spoken to you about it.
He didn't tell you?
It makes sense that he would. He trusted you, Mara. You were the lady of Greenmont long before I arrived.
And now that title is yours, Marcia. In another world, had Lan not died and had Rylan not been executed, we would have been sisters. And I would have loved you dearly as one.
There are a lot of things that could have been different. But Mara, please consider staying. Just a little longer. It's still spring.
It is, but the longer I stay, the more difficult it is for me to leave, Marcia.
I know that feeling. Red Lake really is not far from Old Oak. And I did know Alistair and his brother.
Yes, I heard you mention that you knew his brother was good on a horse. I hadn't realised that you had known each other.
I think at one point my father considered Alistair's brother before he looked to the Red Mountains. And the impossible family on the border of Dawn.
Too many brothers were lost in that rebellion. And I'm only sorry.
Alistair is a good fit for you.
I was lucky. My father somehow managed to find someone who did truly care.
He was a good judge of character.
Seems he was.
And you care for Alistair?
I do. He is not always the wisest of men, and he is young, but I do care for him.
I'm not sure who the wisest of men is.
I'm not sure there are any.
I think you're possibly right.
But when I go, Marcia, I want to go with your blessing.
And you should. Go and be Lady Oakheart, Mara.
My heart will always be here with you and with House Greenmont, and if there's anything ever that can be done to help, you only have to send a raven. I'm sure
Between
I can talk.
we have 4 sets of house words. Stand tall as I am. Forget me not. My roots run deep. And I guard the way.
That we do. Thank you, Marcia. And I can only tell you how sorry I am at the sorrow you keep suffering. Both of my brothers gone, and I know we never talk about them anymore. Even father stopped talking about them, but
I hadn't heard either of their names until one was mentioned the other day. Mara, can I ask your opinion as your father asked yours?
Of course.
Should I marry Oliver?
Do you care for him? In some way?
He is a Greenmont.
Yes, he is. The only Greenmont without the Greenmont name. Save for my other brother. My father trusted Sir Oliver with his life. My father cared for him so very deeply. Just the only other option is to auction my father's seat off to whoever can put up the most dragons or the most wheat.
This is the thing about Greenmont. To Greenmont, there are no other worthy men.
No.
Your father didn't like Alistair either. It was quite the
didn't.
conversation that we had. But Alistair was kind for all that he was bold. He has a habit of following the leader. But his heart means well. And I have no doubt he will bring you a very fine pelt today.
It was you. You convinced my father into it, didn't you?
I could never convince a Greenmont of anything.
Oh, I think you do many times, Lady Marcia.
No, they convince themselves. I merely point them in the right direction.
I will tell my father I will tell you what I told my father. If Oliver is family, just like he thought you were family, marry him. Offer him the safety of this house and offer this house the safety of him.
You still think he is safe after all that has happened?
He's still alive. And he cares for this house. He's cared for its children. And I wouldn't trust any other man more than my own husband and Oliver with the safety of my brothers. Speaking of brothers, I know I said we don't talk about them, but the two boys, when you eventually get both of the boys back here, make sure they know about Lan and Rylan.
Of course. They have a lot of names to learn when they come back.
They do, but I feel like perhaps...
Alfred's name too.
Yes. I feel perhaps Lan and Rylan's names have been too lost to time for now.
Mara, I feel the house has done a great wrong by Alfred. Lord Lucas may not have publicly claimed him, but we should.
We should.
It's a little late, but it's the right thing to do.
It's hard. It seems I keep losing brothers every time I gain them. But perhaps now is not the time to be publicly claiming a bastard within this house. Not
He's
publicly.
dead, Mara. He deserves his name. He was a good man, a good Greenmont.
He was.
He fought for this house and for your sister, my daughter.
Marcia, this house is yours. I will not sit here and tell you how to run it. My father wouldn't have married you if he wouldn't have entrusted you with it. And I know you look to me for guidance. I know you look to me as also the Lady Greenmont. I've run these halls before. This is yours now.
Before you leave, then, please look at the books. Grammy said there was something wrong with them, and I can make no sense of it.
I will take a look over them before I go. I'll make sure they're in order. And, if you have any issues, you can always send a raven.
And I think Marcia kind of starts as the hawk comes flying back at her head. Like the hand goes up to offer it a perch to return to.
I'm imagining the moment
With like
we
a
both
duck in
notice
its mouth.
Yeah, I imagine it returns and we both jump at it and we're like, I imagine what Oliver hears as we come back out of this like shrub area is just the both of us giggling about this bird. That's just
I imagine Bird comes at Marcia's head and she goes to catch it, but she kind of slides backwards and Mara grabs her by the dress at the last second.
And then there's both of us stumbling out, slightly muddy, giggling.
A duck for your table, Lord Ironwood. And Marcia holds up the poor creature.
It is a fine duck, my lady. Very, very good.
Meanwhile, as the elk are slowly coaxed towards the gathered, secreted archery party, Lord Costain lets off an arrow a bit too early, and the elk are startled. He yelps a little and is like, "Oh, no, I'm terribly sorry." And then the elk starts scattering. The couriers who are either side of the kind of entrapment, the scene, have been moving very slowly with their horses. Now suddenly are startled themselves, start running towards the elk, start trying to kind of herd these things as best they can. Lord Alistair swears under his breath, gets up, notches another arrow, and runs off towards the elk. Lord Costain, slowly, a bit sluggishly in his middle age and his kind of frumpiness, follows, and at a slower pace kind of jogs along towards the elk that are now running off down the ravine. Briar, what would you like to do?
Briar's going to try to keep pace with Alistair, even though he knows it's probably a foolish endeavor. Gotta protect the one that's married to the house. At least that's the order of operations in his mind. Okay.
So, I mean, you dart towards him, and unfortunately, you lose him as he turns and he dashes past a enclosure of like rocks and stuff, dashes past this. Costain's gone after. You turn the corner, and now there are kind of several little kind of different exit ways, little path down, a little further back up towards the north, that kind of thing. And you are a bit stuck here. I need you to make a survival track check.
Survival track.
Yeah.
Well, that's just straight survival then. No bonus die or anything.
Difficulty 9 normally.
Hey, just got it.
Oh. I mean, you search for what must be near a kind of panicked 10 to 15 minutes for these guys as you rush up and down little ravines trying to find other kind of like glades or whatnot, with little kind of crevices in the rock. You eventually squeeze through where you hear very subtly a couple of voices, and just as you come across Lords Alistair and Mathos, so Lord Costain has his back to you, but you can see Alistair's face, and it's a little sunken, it's a little dropped as he's looking at Lord Costain.
I had the bow in hand. I'm going to put that back, and I'm going to take my shield instead and just listen in. Okay. Very intently.
They don't say anything else. Lord Alistair kind of takes a moment, looks down from Lord Costain's face, and then starts to walk past him. Costain turns about to say something, then notices you, and just starts to follow Lord Alistair. And then Lord Alistair, as you are kind of just about blocking the squeezed little ravine that you've managed to get your way into here, brushes you aside with a dismissive kind of out of my way as he marches forward.
Chewing at the bottom of the lip and just gonna follow. Just follow.
I tried to tell him to stop. It's a sheer drop down there.
I'm sure that your advice was taken.
Seems Lord Alistair has some pride about him.
Sanguine gets in a young man's blood. Can't help it. Does nothing for his manner, does nothing for his pride. Were a time that I would like him.
Aren't we all a bit like him?
Some. And I'm just going to look at him, remembering that, oh yeah, you fucked up this whole thing, so congrats. But just best customer service smile and keep walking forward.
Sure. All of you folk eventually find your way back towards the kind of gathering point, and it's more the couriers and the devoted that have gathered for your feast than the likes of you. Although the ladies do bear an honourable mention for getting a few choice ducks in the process of the falconry. The men were not that successful, so the venison course is going to be a little light on its substance.
Mara will excitedly, with the one duck she's caught all day because she could not get that bird to do what she wanted. I imagine it just wanted to sit there and have her gently stroke it. Or go over to Alice and be like, I caught one. It didn't quite do as well as the Lady Marcia, but your wife is a hunter.
A fine job you did. Briar is probably immediately behind.
As the couriers are tying up one of the elk and start to ritually, almost very delicately, start to strip back the corpse and take the cuts and drain its blood before they head back. Alistair, kind of in a very kind of sulking kind of way, but quite Mari, you can tell, like quite distant. He's like, "Oh, I didn't get anything. Bastard fucking ruined it." And he's kind of like gestures at Costain, who is now kind of like fairly chippily kind of chatting to one of the couriers. The two couriers who are looking after the elk corpse.
Well, it's not your hunting skills that are under question. Like, she's saying this, like, I imagine this is a slightly like under their breath conversation. Like, well, it's not your hunting skills that are called into question then, is it? Look, I can perhaps hand this duck off to somebody and maybe we can go and find something else to do away from the Lord Costain's company, if that's what you'd like.
And you do. But we are going to move ahead, friends, because we are heading on into the 4th hour of this session. We are going to head to the feast. So, Marcia, the guests are all here. The hall is full of your guests, your lordly guests, your parents, Sir Oliver, your son, sat in the centre. So now that you've probably finalised in your head for me who sits where, what's your little seating plan?
So I imagine this as a U configuration, or I guess an N configuration, like that way around.
Yeah.
Marcia's at the head with Bryn on one side and Mara on the other. Going down Mara's side, it's Mara, Alistair, Costain.
So if is Mara on your left or right?
I don't care.
You don't care. Okay. So if she's on your left, who's next to her? Alistair.
Alistair.
Mm-hmm.
Costain.
Mm-hmm.
Babblebrook. Assorted honorary guests from Greenmont. Then the other side of the table.
Sure.
So it's Marcia, Bryn.
Yep.
Oliver.
Yeah.
Grammy
Okay.
Crane.
Oh, okay.
And then Mama and Papa Crane. And then assorted honorary guests.
Down the
from
kind of,
Greenmont.
and so the assorted guests are down the actual like wings of this
Yeah.
formation. So you guys are at the top table, and then it's like, and it's trestle tables basically all the way down. It's like a really tall N.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Cool. All right. how would you like to begin this feast before we tuck into the first course that it's served?
I'd like to think that Marzia is trying to curtail anyone bringing up any like drama by having extended conversations. So I think she would begin by inviting the singer to come in and entertain us all while we relax after the hunt.
Okay.
And have the wine brought in really quickly.
Sure, okay. So as you start the evening, you are serenaded by Baron of the Songs, who has travelled here from Highgarden with the Cranes and Costain. And he serenades you with Flowers of Spring. Just before, a duck heart and mushroom pate is served for your delicacy, with a herby, nutty sourdough to chomp it down with. Friends, is there anyone that you particularly want to engage in some kind of short intrigue in, or anything like that? Is there anyone that you want to charm, to... Is it smooze? No. What's it? Schmooze.
Schmooze, yeah.
Schmooze.
Is there anyone that you want to... I don't know, like, whatever, man. Incite, intimidate, convince, I don't know, whatever.
I like to think on our way to take her seat, Marzia would have greeted Lord Costain and congratulated him on his successful catch during the hunt. Not disingenuously. Like, she doesn't know who caught the elk. She wasn't paying attention to that part. She
Alright.
He has other things going on.
For sure.
And that he, he enjoyed, there we go, I can speak. He enjoyed kind of like the Greenmont lands, and that he will enjoy the food, and just like a general nice greeting, kind of like a charm, I guess, as an opener on her way to her seat.
Sure. All right. I mean, so what I'd love to do is do a few rounds over the course of the actual whole dinner. So like, if he is someone that you want to kind of more like,
I imagine like from then on, it would be kind of like she'd shoot him a nice smile down the table, or like if she hears a joke, she'll kind of join in, but she's not like actively making conversation with him because he's a few people down from her. She's kind of just making sure he's having a good time.
Okay.
And he's not sat anywhere near Oliver.
Sure.
That would be bad.
Yeah, of course. But it's not like
Alistair also not anywhere near Oliver.
Yeah, but it's
now.
but it's not it's not like an objective. Like you actually got to like go in and like get him
her
to
objective.
like you.
I guess the objective of that, if it was like an intrigue, would just to be make sure he has a good time.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And
do any of you
towards Marzia?
Yeah, sure. Do any of you have any personal objectives that you'd like to play out?
Get through this feast and try not to die.
Grats, Briar.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
I feel like Mara kind of wants to get Alistair talking just a little bit to Oliver. Like, not in a, like, shove them together and hope they buddy up, but at least kind of, she knows there was tension there, at least maybe relax a little bit of that. Once people have had a few glasses of wine and, mellowing a little, because she doesn't want to leave Fox Hollow. Knowing that, Sir Oliver's going to be taking over in terms of like marrying Marzia in that sense. She doesn't want there to be that weird animosity if she ever has to try and help Greenmont because Alistair doesn't like Sir Oliver. She blames both of them. She thinks they're both being like, stubborn. But she wants to at least get them to have a civil conversation because they haven't had one of those yet.
Sure. All right. So you're waiting for a while, right?
Yeah, there has to be some like a course and some wine ingested first, and I imagine Alistair, having been a bit shitty about missing out on an elk, might down a few glasses.
Okay, he's actually being quite measured with his wine as you eat. Okay, well as we move through our course, just before our root vegetables in a honey glaze, fresh from the storerooms, we hear a thrilling rendition of the Hammer and Anvil, the song that marks this time as the singer, probably quite innocently, just plays a crowd pleaser. He's like, and everyone's like, it's like, oh, okay, tough crowd. Yeah, read the room.
Briar will immediately just stare daggers at the singer and motion to him for a quick word.
Okay.
I think Marcia motions for more wine to be brought in
Okay.
and kind of turns to Oliver.
Oliver's not really been drinking wine, and as the second course comes out, he's not really touched his first course. It's just kind of sat there in front of him. He's been listening to other conversations. He's particularly interested in, as he kind of looks down the table, any interactions with Marcia's parents, with Costain, any interactions with Costain and anybody. Every once in a while, he would kind of lean over to Marcia and make a small joke, particularly about the first song, the style of music. But when the second song comes on and she motions for more wine and leans over to him, he's already like leaning over to her. Can you ask him to play the next song, my lady? This is not appropriate.
I know. Please, another song. We don't care for this one. She like says very hurriedly.
And as soon as she says that, Oliver turns and his gaze moves down the table to Costain.
Mm-hmm. The what's his name? Baron of the Songs says, "But my lady, if I skip to the next song, there will be no seventh song for the seventh course. These songs are timed with the courses."
I trust that you know a seventh song.
Is that look in his eyes that he's got to Google a second song? Okay, he skips to the Bear and the Maiden Fair and plays like sways his way through this bawdy.
Perhaps if my singer doesn't know a seventh song, one of my guests might honor us. Marcia is trying to like, it'll be fine. We'll figure it out by the time we get there.
All right. I mean, a few of
But I guess she would also look to like Costain, see if he's going to offer, or Alistair, and then to her parents. More like, do you have anyone in your retinue? Not will you sing a song? You know.
Oh right. Okay.
People generally know, like, oh, Sir Ulrich von Liechtenstein sings a great song.
So we all know Sir Ulrich. He sings a great tune.
Sings a great tune.
If no one steps up, Mara might offer, because she used to sing to Miria a lot when it was just the two of them here while the men were out to war. So if she sees that, like, Marcia's like, anyone? If it gets to pinch point, she will offer to do it herself while she watches Marcia panic over this singer.
I would like that very much, Mara.
I imagine the singer goes off to prepare for his next song, and Mara will sing something, probably something happy that would have, like, her father perhaps would have sung, like with the kids, or something that Oliver would have sung them when they were younger and playing.
And it was all Dornish music.
Probably.
All
I
the
mean, my mother
songs.
was Dornish, so
There is a Tyroshi song, I believe, which is called Seasons of My Love, which may be a fitting enough. I don't know. There's also Allison, which is another
Suddenly
crowd pleaser.
Rent.
Yeah. I mean, we got it a lot, man. There are a lot of songs in Game of Thrones. I don't know if you've heard this.
Yeah, there are.
I imagine she will take a request from, like, Marcia or Oliver, who would know the songs that she knows, and she'll sing one of them to fill in that awkward space of the quiet as the singer tries to sort out his shit.
I imagine it's just like a folk song.
Yeah,
like the equivalent
It's like a
of
love song.
Yeah.
All right. And after which you are served a small plate of venison in a mustard sauce with roasted veg and potatoes. After which the singer has composed himself and begins to play The Maiden, Mother, and Crone.
This fucking singer is coming for me.
Following that, chunks of grilled snake, smoked with oak until crispy, arrive at your table. The meat's been glazed in a sweet red agave and cream sauce, and is topped with a single dollop of rattlesnake venom, giving it a kick, sprinkled with mustard seeds, and is over a bed of arugula and hot dragon peppers. It's a spicy meal for some, and unpalatable for Lords Crane and Costain.
Oliver has not eaten the first 3 dishes, but when this dish comes out, he devours it. He's not obnoxiously so, but he's eating very quickly, and there's a couple of slight fantastic. He does look around to the rest of the table as people who might not be as accustomed as him to eating something this spicy, just to see how they react to the meal.
They react like this.
I feel like Mara has probably eaten this before, with her mother being Dornish and Sir Oliver having looked after all of the children. And I imagine that she catches Sir Oliver's eye as she's eating and is kind of nodding. This reminds her of a childhood dinner when her mother was still around, like the first time she ever got given this to eat. And she was like, oh no, and then learned to love it like lots of kids do. She turned to Alistair as she's eating and say, are you enjoying the snake? My mother used to have this cooked for us all of the time when I was younger.
It's a bit chewy.
Well, yes, it's hardly venison, but it's still quite nice. It's a delicacy in Dawn.
No. I can imagine eating a lot of snake in Dawn.
She takes one of those breaths and you're like, oh, you're sulking again in that moment. And, she'll carry on eating and she'll try and cheer him up and comfort him, gets him some more wine poured, will affectionately, reach down, pat him on the leg as come on, dear, it's okay.
Well, he tucks into the next course for sure, which is a duck pie with goat's cheese. And then there is chutneys and pickles dotted around the edge of the plate. And this is a much more hearty meal for the Reacher, lords and ladies. And it's at this point that the singer, that Baron plays the Dornishman's wife.
Oh, motherfucker. I will let him finish the song.
Are my gallows still assembled?
Sure.
I'll let him finish the song, but Briar will literally drag him to a corner and have a very, very pleasant conversation with him about the importance of song selection within the context of this feast in particular.
Some notes would be fantastic.
Here's a note. Anything involving Dawn, cut it. Anything involving the rebellion, cut it. Anything involving the old gods or new, I don't give a shit, cut it. Anything that doesn't have to do with love, sex, drinking, or some mad combination of the 3, cut it. Or I cut your throat.
He gives you this sour look and he's like, that's all songs.
Then you should have plenty to draw upon.
Meanwhile, at the table, Oliver, since the music has stopped, he's kind of looked around. He says, oh, what, where did the music go? I am actually quite fond of this song.
I'm sure you are.
It is a funny song.
Do you think so?
I'll pull out the gold dragon that Oliver gave me and wave it in front of the singer's face. You see this?
Yes.
If you want another look at it, by the end of tonight, find some new songs.
And Marcia leans across to Oliver. This is a disaster.
Oh, it's not going as bad as it could. Considering
You're right.
everything.
No one is dead yet.
Oh, calm down, my lady.
And she like takes
One is
another
going to
deep
die.
drink of wine.
I imagine Mara sees this, and as soon as Marzia kind of returns like back into her own space here, she will call over whoever's like filling up our glasses and just point to Marzia's and have it filled up for her. Just the lady here, she needs some more wine.
As the wine is filled up and the attendee moves away, he stays close to Marzia and he leans over and he says, "My lady, if we want to lighten the mood, we could give them some good news."
Sounds of knives and forks and a little bit of chatter around the room as you quietly.
Do we have good news?
Well, I think so. I am here, am I not? My vow is the same as it always was. If not now, then when, my lady?
Mara gave her blessing today. As you like, Lord Ironwood.
Are you certain?
Yes.
So am I. He smiles a little bit and he settles back into his chair.
Suppose the Dornishman's wife is appropriate. Ish.
He calls over to the musician. He says, "Can you play that song again? That last one. You stopped too soon."
Immediately just daggers
No,
at him.
he daggers back at you and he's like, yeah. Fucking told you. And he starts strumming and playing the Dornishman's wife again.
Hold up the gold dragon.
That was 100%. This bard is 100% Herm. It's 100% Herm. This Herm's look, isn't it? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna.
Hold up the dragon, clutch it in my fist. Have fun. I now.
Okay, he sings the Dornishman's wife again, and there is laughter and applause from the Reacher guests. Is there an announcement, folks? I'm waiting.
It's got to wait until the end, right?
If that's your intention, we can.
I think Marzia would indicate that she kind of expects Oliver to make the announcement, because I think even she would know it would be weird if she did it, even though in meta I think she should. But yeah.
Oliver watches the Reacher Lords laugh and applaud the song, and he smiles. It's a shit-eating grin at them as he watches them enjoy it, and he kind of bounces his head back and forth with it a little bit too, almost playing along. And once the song's over, he rises in his chair. His fifth course still uneaten in front of him, and he raises his glass, his wine glass, and he says, my friends, please forgive me before the next song begins from our wonderful bard. I have an important announcement to make that I would love to make here before family and those families that are interconnected within the realms." He looks expectingly down to Costain and then over to Alistair. Like his eyes kind of bounce between the two, expecting people to raise their glasses, basically.
Oh yeah, if there's a social cue, they'll raise their glasses. Alistair's more laid back, just holding it, whereas Costain's very kind of polite.
I think Marzia feels a touch of the fear, and she actually goes to check on Bryn and is like half watching everyone in a peripheral as she's like checking on the baby.
He's snoozing.
I figure that Mara has an inkling about what might be coming next following her previous conversation with Marzia, and seeing Alistair kind of lazily raise the glass, she'll just like, as she turns, gently jab him in the side as she raises her glass and just smiles in a "you will lift your glass up and make appearances now" kind of way.
It does so. Yeah.
Once everybody kind of does so, Oliver continues to speak, and he keeps that grin on his face. I have lived here at Fox Hollow for many, many years, and it has been a joy for me to have raised the children of House Greenmont alongside my dear friend, the late Lord Lucas, and his wonderful wife. I have never taken a family for myself. I have been gone from mine own for a long, long time now. But here I have watched the flowers grow into fine young women, strong like Lady Mara, and clever like the absent Lady Miria. I wish to say now, with all of the joy in the world, that I and the Lady Marcia Greenmont will be wed together, and together we will join the houses Ironwood and Greenmont in the Dornish tradition. Lady Marcia will continue to be lady of this house, for she is wise. Lucas saw this, and I see it now. But please, my friends, drink to the future of two great houses growing together.
So the Crane side of the table do drink kind of strangely, like taken aback. Lord Crane empties his glass. But Alistair, on Mara's side, you notice that halfway through the speech he got a little bit bored, and he took a sip just as Sir Oliver announced that moment that they were to be wed, and he full-on spit takes, chokes into his glass, and like coughs, like it's a loud cough.
Oliver's smile grows when that happens. It doesn't dissuade him at all. And at the end of his speech, at the end of the toast, he would look down to Lady Marcia and smile. That smile, more genuine, softer, warmer, and he would offer her down a hand.
She will take it and she smiles, and I imagine she will stand, and probably for the first time since before her father died, will turn and just say, I can't think of anybody else that my father would entrust with his children, with his legacy. And she will, like, looking at you, raise her glass in the hopes that everyone else takes a sip as well, again, as a second.
Alistair says, as he pushes up on the table and gets up, he says, "You have to excuse me," and he like makes his way out of the hall, like dashes out of the hall.
Mara is like, oh god, but she's trying not to show it in her face because she's going to have to wait till everyone's sat down and back to their thing before she can go off and find out what his problem is.
Oliver gives Mara a little nod, like, it's okay. And then he looks down to Lady Marcia, and he's got that same warm smile on his face, and he offers her a hand as if for her to stand up, to take his hand and stand up with him.
And I think Marcia doesn't look particularly happy. But she kind of like pushes a smile onto her face and stands up, but her eyes keep going to the door where Alistair has exited, and then over to her father, and then down to Bryn. What's more, as we raise the toast to the future, we should probably respect the past as well. I would like to take a moment to recognize the service of the devoted, the couriers, the hollowed hearts of the men of Greenmont, of the women of Greenmont. And I would like to respectfully ask that we all acknowledge the passing of my dear friend, Alfred. You may have known him as Sir Alfred Wilde, but I believe it is only right in this moment, as we acknowledge our family's present, future, we acknowledge its past too, and we recognize that Sir Wilde should have been Sir Flowers. He was a great man of House Greenmont, and it is our deep loss that he is not here now. And I hope that all of you will enjoy the rest of the feast, but I must escort my son to rest. The Lord Greenmont grows tired, and she's gonna squeeze Oliver's hand and then pick up her son and make a retreat out the door.
Sure.
Mara use this as an excuse to go with Marzia in the vein of helping her with the child, because she wants to know where the fuck her husband has just gone.
Mara, stay. I'll deal with him.
No, I need to find him.
Mara, stay.
Mara will wait till Marzia leaves the room, and then we'll excuse her, we'll turn to Sir Oliver and excuse herself and then leave.
But of course, my lady, you must do what you must do. Oliver, meanwhile, he looks a little surprised when Marzia escorts herself out with the child, but he would kind of try to smooth over that awkward moment by continuing the toast just to say, Lord Lucas made Sir Alfred a knight because he was a worthy, just, kind, strong man. I hope in my heart that Sir Alfred is with his father now. And then he takes a seat at the head of the table where Marzia was previously sitting.
Okay.
Marzia has 100% gone after Alistair.
Cool, okay. I mean, you find him in a latrine as he's throwing up into the toilet.
Can you not handle your wine, my Lord Eckhart? And she's not even ashamed. She's still got Bryn in her arm. Has just stood there.
Excuse me, my lady. Seems the wine did indeed get to me.
I didn't ignore your warning, Alistair. The mountains are very dangerous. And the men of them even more so.
Indeed they are.
Dangerous to themselves and others.
He starts to wander out just before Mara catches up to the both of you.
Alistair, don't walk away from me right now. We're not finished.
With respect, my lady, we are.
We are not.
He quits, he walks out.
I imagine this is where Mara comes around the corner and has a look of oh crap, I really thought Marzia would have put the kid down first. Sees Alistair, looks between them, just kind of nods at Marzia in I don't know what's happened here, but I'm gonna go with him. And she won't say anything to Alistair. She'll just join him by his side. And the only thing she does say is, let's go back to our quarters.
No.
And where do you wish to go?
and he's still pacing. You're having to like try to catch up with him in your slippers, and he's walking at such a pace, and it's such a long stride as well that you're literally having to kind of like slightly quicken and double and skip your pace as he gets towards the antechamber, the front of the keep, and he doesn't turn to you, but he says, "The time has come to make a choice. Oakhart or Greenmont." And as he opens those large oak doors at the front of the keep, a hollow heart slaps down on the floor in front of it, and you see a flank of Greenmont and Tarly knights stood at the front doors.
This is unusual, right?
Wait,
Yeah.
Greenmont or Blackmont, Sam?
But what did I say?
Greenmont
You
and
said
Tarly.
Greenmont and Tarly.
Oh no, fuck
Who
that.
is at my front door now?
Oakhart and Tarly knights.
Oh no. Okay, so is that in view of the feast hall, like at all?
The doors haven't been opened to the feast hall, the
Son of a
great
bitch.
hall itself.
Mara is like, there is fear struck into her in this moment, because I guess for a second as well, like she doesn't know what she's not expecting this to be here. She has a moment where this reminds her of the battle, and she instinctively reaches for Alistair's hand and grabs it.
Oh, he's already walked forward,
Oh,
and he's
Well,
walking
she-
forward.
well, she will carry on with him, but when he says you have to make a choice, she will grab his hand and give him that look. A look that where she doesn't have to say it, but the look is, I am coming home with you. Like, I have made my choice.
Yeah.
And she will just desperately hold on to his hand as they're walking, trying to keep up until he squeezes it back in some kind of acknowledgement of what that look meant.
This is the point where he's arrived in front of his knights, and Samwell is in amongst the ranks there, and one of his knight captain or whoever is at the front, as he squeezes your hand and then takes his sword and letting go, takes his sword and shield, says to you, "You will not like this, but this is the only way that we can save Myria."
Alistair, please tell me what you're doing.
He screams out to his soldiers to forward march, and they walk and clank in their chain into Fox Hollow.
She will literally like claw at the front of his cloak, because I'm assuming he's not in armor. Literally to pull him to her, and looks like, what are you doing?
He brushes her aside, and you're pushed aside as this flank of armored men march forward into the hall. Jason.
Is he going in with them?
Can I roll a notice check just to see if I can hear all this above the whatever?
Sure.
All right.
Difficulty 12.
Difficulty 12. Fine. Yeah, sure. Great. Notice. Bang, bang. Oh, well, that's one of my low rolls. 13.
Okay. You can hear this clanking march outside.
Hollow hearts! I'll call out to the hall, draw my weapon, and prepare.
Sure.
I will situate myself at the end of the table. Basically the first face that they'll see.
Sure. The men around the Great Hall stand too, looking around as if like what's going on, and then you hear the clash of steel on chain just outside that door, and then a pause, and then the Great Hall doors open, and Oakhart men march in rank forward into the Great Hall. Alistair steps forward and says, "Sir Oliver."
Sir Oliver, when the Hollow Hearts call went out, stood up. It stumbled a little bit on his chair, but held himself firm. And he would move. There's not how many of our guards are in this room?
How many doorways have you got?
That's a good question.
I imagine there was like no more than 6 in here.
No more, yeah.
You got
Yeah.
half a dozen. You got a dozen guards in here, at most.
He would have immediately gone to, as the guards were starting to form up, he would have immediately gone to one of them and ordered him to turn over his halberd so that Oliver has a halberd, and he would move up to take front, like he would be standing in front of this group of Hollow Heart guards.
Briar will be very, 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 very present. Like he will literally be right behind you and like trying to get you behind him. You're a guest. He just kind of.
Yeah, he'll move to Briar's shoulder, but not behind Briar, not yet. There's sort of forming this, I imagine, sort of this triangular formation that would protect the guests before they know what's going on. And then the door swings open, and Alistair says, "Sir Oliver." And Oliver's there in his Sherwani with a halberd in his hand, standing as tall as he can in a military way. And he says, "Lord Oliver, what is the meaning of this, Lord Alistair?"
You're being taken to High Garden for your crimes.
You want to talk about crimes as you march upon a house which gave you their bread and salt?
It is all right.
It is
I
not.
can speak. I can speak to Alistair. What crimes do you accuse me of?
Killing Sir Gorman in cold blood. Conspiring with Blackmont.
Is Lord Tarley there?
His son, Sir Samuel Tarley, is there, yeah.
Okay.
But not like the Lord you had that intrigue with, no.
None of that is true. But what is true is that you have come into our house. You have killed innocent men who serve the Reach, who serve the Crown.
Men who
You
would
have
resist
no
the law.
right.
Men who would resist the law. We have every right. This is not your house. This is Lady Marcia's house. And he kind of indicates to the guards that are standing there, and he says, "Stand aside.
You march
Where-
upon us with a retinue, and you would ask us to stand aside.
Stand aside."
Where is Lady Marcia?
I don't care. I will ask you one last time to stand aside.
Lady Marcia, he calls out.
Right, they run at you. I want everyone to roll a quickness for me. This is agility quickness.
All right.
Bear in mind, Don, make sure your penalty dice are working.
Yeah, I got it.
As they are. Where are my notes? Here we go.
That's a 5.
I have a situational question.
Mm-hmm.
So Marcia followed Alistair to the latrines. He then breezed past her, continued his conversation with Mara. Where is Marcia in relationship to what is going on? I half imagine she's walked towards like her solar or wherever the baby's crib currently is.
Yeah.
To
So
put Bryn actually down, but
Yeah.
her intention was to just put Bryn down and then go back to her guests.
So you've been putting Bryn down. It takes a little while to get these babies down. Like you've been trying to get him to sleep and stuff, and then that's just as you've got him down, you hear your name.
Okay.
How many knights are there here?
About 30.
Okay. My quickness roll.
Jeez, that's all right.
It's fast.
Okay, so they run at you. You're all engaged, pretty much. It's a bit of a meat grinder that's going to start, but you do have the first turn. So you've got a chance to hit them before they get like within your halberd reach.
Yeah, so what Oliver's going to do is he's going to step in front of the Hollow Hearts. And once he's in front of the Hollow Hearts, he's going to, without looking back over his shoulder, call out an order. That order is, find Lady Marcia, protect her and the child. And as they're swarming, how many are like within melee range of me with my long reach?
You can probably hit the first rank, but around 5. And then maybe you can just about touch the second rank if you went over the top of them. These guys are all wielding, large shields and long swords.
Okay. I'm going to use both of my bonus dice on this roll.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Polar Mastery.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to target 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
The first 5, the first line. And if and what I can do is I can use my Polar Mastery to target all 5 of them at once with a penalty.
Sure.
If I hit them, they all take damage and they're all knocked down.
Okay.
They're all knocked prone.
Okay.
So his idea is to clear the front of the line before they get within melee range and then fall back as the Hollow Hearts come forward.
Yeah. No, it's a good Pollum tactic. Good. Roll it for me.
All right. 19.
It will definitely hit.
With 1 crit.
Yeah. And definitely more than 2 degrees of success. Herm, let us know what that donation was for. 19. It is 3 degrees. No. 5, 10. It's 2 degrees.
That was a James donation.
2 degrees versus their defense? Is their defense 9 or is it?
It's 8.
So that's 3 degrees.
Right. Yes, you're right.
2 bonus for Oliver, 1 for Briar from Herm, and James donated 300 bits.
I wonder what that's for.
I wonder.
So this is 24 slashing, or 20. This is not slashing. This isn't D&D. 24 damage. And they're all the first line is knocked down, even if they're not outright defeated.
Oh yeah, the first rank are defeated for sure.
Are they dead?
They are defeated. You do what you like with them.
Okay. So Oliver, as he steps forward, he's not armored. He spins his halberd again and again, and like it's like he's painting the floor with their blood. Just the first 5 as they come in, he cuts down 1, and then 2, and then 3 and 4, and then he catches with an underswing the 5th one.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he pushes that 5th one back, he falls back behind the Hollow Hearts so that he's behind the shield wall, at least for a moment.
Okay.
But yes, he murders them.
For sure. We have them next. So the next rank here hit up against the Hollow Hearts. Essentially shield bashing their way in. Charlie, you should have the Hollow Hearts sheet on your thing. And Jason should have too. They're under house units.
Well, I've got their bio info, yeah.
Same.
What are you looking for? Sorry, Sam.
Should be the character sheet. Can you see
I've
that?
only got the bio and info. So I've got
same
their
here.
power, discipline, AR, etc.
Right. Okay, I've put you in control now. So you should see all of that. Close it, refresh it.
I've got it.
All right.
Yep.
So I am gonna make, rather than trying to do this individually, we're gonna athletics it off. So each rolling. And then who bests it, basically. I'm trying to shield barge them. They're trying to hold fast, basically. Mm-hmm. So that the second rank can get forward.
Yep.
So athletics off.
All right. 7.
Okay. So the knights with their heavy numbers barge through and...
Hold on, I need to roll an extra dice. I'm sorry. The sheet isn't correct. It should be athletic 3, not athletics 2. So that's 12.
12. Yeah, okay. So they just push through. There's this clashing of shields and swords as they're pushing and pushing forward. And Oliver, you're being squashed up further and further towards the dais, towards this table. And as they push up, another rank of Knights of the Three Leaves move forward through a couple of gaps and are going to make a couple of attacks on you. It's going to be fighting. I've got some dice. I'm going to spend a bonus dice on this. Boop.
There's some whispers between me and Virginia. It's no family dinners ever again.
No, right? No, right. So that is a 13 against your combat defense. Bear in mind your penalty dice, reducing that by 1 each, I think.
Okay. Oh, wait, but I'm not wearing armor, so that's good too. And how many are attacking me?
2.
Okay. And is the 13 like the first one, or are they both attacking me?
No, I'll do a second roll, but the 13, okay. Does that hit?
I'm going to use my anointed to give myself +5 to all my passive for this round. So as they're coming towards him, and he's getting pushed back more and more towards the dais, he actually like pushes his back up against the dais, plants his halberd against the ground, and as the blow comes in, he's going to spin the haft and catch the blade to push it aside and kind of trap it for a moment, and that will not hit.
Okay. I was going to check whether a free action should be done in your own turn, but I'm not going to be that guy. Okay, so we'll do the second one. 15 against your current combat defense, with your anointed, obviously.
So that's 1 degree of success.
Okay. So if you're not wearing any armor, you're going to take all of this, and this is 5 damage.
Okay.
All right. And it's this point that Alistair rushes forward and is just trying to pursue you. And is going in for a fighting test with his long sword, and he's going to take some slashes at you. I'm going to spend my test dice. A 22, no crits.
That'll be 2 degrees of success.
Okay. That is 8 damage in total.
8 in total. So how does he come in with his sword?
Missing a bonus dice, by the way.
Cool. All right. I'll check myself that in a minute.
Sorry, Dan.
How does Alistair come in?
So Alistair rushes forward and is basically trying to get in, close the distance. So he's too far within the halberd's reach. So once you're inside of that, you're going to take a -1 dice penalty because it's too close to be fighting with it. Mm-hmm. So he's rushed in to gain the distance, and it's the only real tactic you kind of have against this kind of weapon. So he's closed the distance, and he's within that whole kind of melee. Briar, you're up next.
I have to. So that's a wound, and that's going to trigger my berserker.
Are you taking a wound?
I have to. I have no choice. Otherwise, I die.
Then you die, John, because if you take 1 more wound right now, you are dead. And I mean dead. Except
for berserker means that I can continue to fight if I make a will check.
Sure.
Right? It's never come up before.
Yeah, that's what we've discussed, I think.
Yeah, that's what we've discussed.
We don't know what happens when the fighting stops, but we know he can keep fighting as long as he makes the will check.
Sure. So what I'm going to check this wording around, because if it's defeated, then it's because of the thingy.
Let's see here. I changed the wording to
Berserker.
I do want to note for chat that we had a discussion about Berserker off screen to fix a little bit how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, we weakened it a little bit.
Okay, if you have taken wounds sufficient to defeat you. Okay, you're taking a test equals your endurance rank. Alright. So, yeah. So roll me a formidable will test, then, please.
All right. And can I apply any bonus dice to this? Like
you have
courage
2
or anything?
You have, it's gonna be... I'd apply any bonus dice from endurance.
I agree. That's what I would do.
Stamina.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right.
Not
I
that
have
my
2
opinion
bonus.
counts, but I agree.
I have 2 bonus dice here, so I'm gonna use. I have to hit a 9, right?
12, mate.
A 12.
That's what I've got right here in the rule book.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm gonna use my bonus dice then, because I want to keep fighting on.
Sure. So you've got 2 in chat window.
Yeah.
Do you want to use both or just one?
I use them both. Doesn't do me any good if I fail.
Sure.
14. Oh, I'm glad I did.
All right. Oof.
And that triggers my berserker.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So you can continue fighting for another round.
Okay.
Briar, you're up.
All right, so Alistair's broken through in the shit with Oliver at the moment. His back is to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many are within immediate contact with me?
Say like 3.
All right. Self-preservation at its finest. Draw the sword, shield up, and if any of them even looks like they're making a move towards him, he's going to cut them the hell down. So, yeah, I'd say since they're so close, he'll take a swing at one just to deter the others.
Okay. Yeah, totally. Attack them. If
All right.
you so wish.
I am going to use Longblades 1, sacrificing all of my bonus die in order to add an additional degree of success on a hit.
Okay.
So I believe I was given a bonus die. I will not use that. I have no penalty die. And that will be a 22 with a crit.
Oof. You like slice a guy in 2, probably.
All right. So let's see what the damage on a bastard sword is. Bastard sword damage mod of 1? That doesn't seem right. Oh, damage plus athletics. So that
athletics
would be...
plus 1. So whatever your athletics rank is, add 1 to that, and that is your base damage that you will then multiply per degree of success.
So that would be 5 times however many degrees of success that is.
How many degrees of success? Oh, right. Yeah, you need the defense of these dudes.
22 with a
Got
crit.
a what? A 22?
Yep.
Okay. 3 degrees. Just 3 degrees.
So 15 points of damage.
Yeah. I mean, plus 2 to that because of the crit, base damage. But yeah, I mean, you probably just slice a guy up.
All right. So, yep. Immediately just sort of kind of a 2-strike of across the chest, across the gut, and back behind the shield.
Sure. All right. Oliver gets a round to act.
I get a counter attack too for taking the wound.
Okay.
Right. So I imagine that he's like managed to kind of fight off these 2 knights that have pushed him back up against the dais. And then Alistair runs in and runs him through. And I imagine it goes right into that same spot where he already has that gangrenous wound. And it kind of pins him to the wall. Let's see. So this is just no bonus die. So 66. This is my counterattack.
It's towards Alistair, right?
Mm-hmm. It's not too good. An 11, does that?
Well, hang on una momento, because Let's just get rid of this for a second. Okay, with the large shield, it is not enough.
Does he have armor on?
No.
He just has a shield.
He just has the large shield and his longsword.
So I imagine like he's pinned to the wall and he spits up a little bit of blood. The sword's still in him and he tries to batter through immediately, letting out this sort of like, ugh.
Yeah.
But he can't get past the shield. On his turn, he's still got 2 other knights on him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are other knights coming in towards him, or is it just the 3 of them right now? Are the rest of them engaged with the Hollow Hearts?
The rest of them are engaged, yeah. So they managed to push through, and it's like these 2 and Alistair, basically.
I got to take a shot. Yeah. All right. D6.
All of these guys are like cramped up. They've pushed up. They've closed the distance. So whatever.
And there's no way for me to like pull away from them, right? There's no way for me to basically create more distance.
You're up against this dice. Basically, if you take like another yard step, you're up against this table. So you can close. You can create distance right now, but you will be now up against the table, so you're with your back to it, having taken like a step up.
Okay. I mean, he doesn't have a choice. That's what he has to do, right?
Yeah.
So he's pulling just to create enough space, and he calls out again, Marcia. And then I'm going to use his polearm mastery again and see what I can pull off here. +1 This is only 3 of them this time.
Yeah, it's -3 dice now.
Yeah, +1. So, all right. $13 with 1 crit.
That is just enough to hit Alistair, and is definitely enough. It's actually 2 degrees on the knights.
Okay, so that'll be 16 versus the knights, 16 damage, and 8 against Alistair. So
so the knights go down onto the floor, and you've certainly hurt them, but they're still scrabbling around. They're still going to be getting back up.
It knocks all 3 of them down.
Yeah,
which means that Oliver can actually get away. He can continue to move.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So Alistair took how much damage?
8.
Oof. Okay.
The others took 16.
He's going to take an injury actually and get back
to reduce that.
Yeah.
So
like fractured leg or something. Yeah, so it's like kind of you hear his ankles snap as you sweep your halberd under him.
Yeah, that's what he does. He takes Alistair off his feet hard and then knocks that sword aside. And then against the 2 knights, he steps back up onto a chair at the table to get the height. And he swings like a scythe. He swoops downward with his halberd to knock them both back. And then he jumps up on top of the table. He's stumbling. He's barely, he's barely conscious. His vision is being eaten away by blackness at the corners. And he runs over the dining table and tries to get away from the melee, and to the door.
Okay. At the doorway, you are greeted by a frantic Marcia as you collapse into her arms.
What's happening? Everyone stop! And she's like been screaming stop at the top of her lungs from the second this has come into sight. And she has like barely any voice left.
Oliver his blood is like openly pouring out of the corner of his mouth now, and he's staring up at you as he kind of starts to collapse into your arms. You can see that his wound's been reopened. His side, there's an ugly wound in his side. Some of his something inside of an organ is hanging out of that wound, and he stares up at you, and he kind of reaches a hand. It's a shaky hand trying to touch your face, and his own hand is covered in blood. And he just says very weakly up to you, "Gather the other men. Don't let them get away with it."
And Marcia, totally unafraid of blood, kind of pushes his hand to her face. "And those, you stupid Dornishman." And she's going to start trying to drag him away and backwards from what's going on.
Sure.
He would move with her as well as he could. He would help as much as he can.
I mean, you've gone limp at this point. And Marcy's carrying his full weight as she's dragging him into this corridor. Briar, the knights seem to be moving away, fighting defensively to try and move round to the right to flank them, as Sir Alistair shouts towards them to try and follow. But I want to go back to the corridor for just a second, as Marcia, you may be like, struggling with his body and with his full weight. Look back at him to say something next, and there's nothing behind the eyes.
I think she drags him just a little further and then stops, kind of exhausted, but her more logical brain is in action, the healer brain of find the next injured one, deal with the next injured one, this one is dead. That part is like logical. Emotional Marcia is freaking out at the back of her brain. And I think she looks up to down that corridor to see like what is coming towards her. And also looking for, is there a servants corridor I can use? And then thinking, where is my son? Where did I leave him? Even though it was just a second ago that she literally just put him down in the bedroom.
And on the face, on the shot of kind of the face of Oliver's death, that's where we'll finish up tonight. So I'm afraid your Dornish boy here took enough wounds to just flat out die. So he gone. And I thought, in typical Game of Thrones fashion, end on a little cliffhanger. F's in chat for Sir Oliver. Best Westerosi boyfriend.
I knew I should have said the second part I was going to say while I was talking about Alfred, because I was also going to declare Maria dead at that table, but I decided not to.
Best Westerosi boyfriend. Entirely.
Mara, your husband is a dead man.
I've claimed my first victim.
Oh, fuck. This is going to be the weirdest thing for Mara to deal with, because she just had that conversation with Marcia of like, I am going to go and be Lady Oakheart. I've got to go and do this. And then he fucking pulls that shit on her. I imagine she's just outside, like, on her knees in the grass out the front, just screaming his name, confused and angry and upset. Oh, he's such an idiot. He's such an idiot.
Well, he'll be an idiot corpse soon enough. Don't worry.
The one time he's good in combat, this is what he does with it.
Just you wait till Marcia gets to her father.
I can't tell if that's because you want him to help you or because you want to murder him.
Oh no, Daddy's little girl knows what tournament knights can do if you poke them right.
Maybe
And she just lost her last defender, so she's got to go find another one.
maybe at his peak, but like not
Oh.
not right now.
Yeah, she will order him by the old gods.
Literally made a character so that we could have a guard somewhere.
Well,
How did that go for you?
got a fight, friend.
I did fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, currently, Marzia is still alive, I guess, if that was your goal. Well, that was an episode. That happened.
I don't even know what to say.
That happened, man. That happened.
So much
I am
happened.
I feel low-key mad at you, even though it's not you. I'm like, fucking Virginia had to have a nice husband. Look what this got you. This is why you have the shit husband. They never do shit like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, he could actually be worse. This is Game of Thrones. It could always be worse, as we are learning.
At least he's not a necrophiliac, right? Yeah. No, that's great. You can
No,
at least
he
say
just-
that about him.
He's just really good friends with Tarly. Really,
I like
really-
that that's what you're focusing on right now, Virginia.
All I know
I
is
mean, Marcia was fucking right. The boy is easily led.
see, after this, can we... I was just going to be like, we're going back to Old Oak and we're fucking staying
You
there.
are still talking to him?
I mean, we're married, so yes.
So? And? Yeet him off the fucking mountain, woman.
I have no heir and I don't really want to marry some other guy who could be 10 times worse. I'd rather just keep him locked in a room at
Could be
Oakhart.
worse than murdering your family.
This is Game of Thrones, yes.
Somehow.
I mean, to be fair, it's Westeros. There are no good men in Westeros.
All men attached to Greenmont women are idiots. That's the true curse here.
All right, Sam.
My whole dinner is like still here.
Oh, friend. I have to say, like, the feast made me really hungry.
Yeah.
I wanted some of those vegetables.
Mara is taking him back to Old Oak and locking him in a room and being like, you stay there. You can
mean
come out
if
once a month to
Marcia
hunt."
lets you go to Old Oak? I've got a fucking storeroom you can go in.
I'm not going to say that we've got a bigger
Rounded.
army, but I think we have a bigger army.
Not at home, you don't. We've got
Not
all our
the
units.
Ironwood. Not the House Ironwood.
You've got a bigger army if all of Tarly's there, but they're not all there.
Oh,
All right,
And so
friends.
it begins.
Well-
I don't
I
know how to feel
knew
about this.
we were going to turn on each other. The thing is, I still deeply love B. And I still love Sam. And Don and Jason.
The moral of the story is that people in power are trash, and they will just do what the fuck they want.
I'm just sat here sniffing my candle for comfort.
Which one is it?
Alright, this is Misty Mountains. This one
Misty
smells really
Mountains.
good.
Nice.
I've got a calm and quiet place burning. It hasn't helped.
All right. Well, because we're probably going to decompress a lot just after the episode, why don't we just go around, say hi, and say where we can find each other on the internet? Jason, you look like you're about to literally kill me through the cables that connect our images.
What? No, not me. No. It was wonderful. It was great. I just, man, I mean, I knew it was going to happen. Like, even I think in fiction, Briar sort of knew that he was on his way out. Like, you don't come back from a wound like that unless you're like really lucky or really strong. And he's got some thoughts, but from my vantage point, yeah, unfortunately, that all made sense. So,
It's the only way I could get him.
yeah, unfortunately.
He's still part of a fucking fight.
Killed 7 dudes,
Right.
unarmored, with 2 wounds.
Right? Fuck. All right, Jason. Where can we find you? What are you up to?
At Just Jason, please, on Twitter if you want to find out where I'm at. I've got a pinned tweet. I yield my time to the rest of these lovely folk because, yeah, that's a lot.
Can I just say for Frax, Don, please tell us what Oliver called his halberd. Frax has been dying to know.
I'll put it. I'll finish my Oliver story, and I'll put it in the story so you all can read it. I think that'll be more meaningful.
Well, it seems Jason's just walked up and left us. Charlie.
Hi.
Where are you? What do you do?
I'm the Twitch director over at Encounter Roleplay. I am currently casting Game of Thrones game along with the Zweihander game that was just announced yesterday that Susie will be DMing. You can sign up for those games via our Discord. If you go to Encounter Roleplay on Twitter, there's a really recent tweet that has a Discord link in, so go and click that. We have 2 channels. We have a Meat Grinder channel where you can sign up to play in our charity Meat Grinders. The next one is the 30th of November. We've had to tweak the time due to a change of circumstances. Jonathan Fry will now be DMing, and it will be 2 to 5 p.m., and it is the Arena of the Mind Flayer. So bring your best level 3 5e character, published materials only, and come and see how you stand up in the said arena. It's also finales this week and next week. On Friday, it will be our Dread finale, which Virginia will be GMing. That's 5 p.m. Eastern, so 10 p.m. UK. Come check that out. Come check out everything that we do. I put a lot of heart into all of the shows. I think all of them are very worth watching. And the new season is going to be really good.
We should talk. Yeah, absolutely. Coolio. All right then. Well, let's save the best till last. So for this episode at least. So Virginia, how are you? How?
I'm so conflicted because as Mara, I'm so angry at him. I can kind of understand it, and I understand why. I don't agree with it, but she does also have to be the Lady Oakheart. This is one of those things that if she goes back on, it's not an argument that they have. That's her walking out of her marriage. Like,
it's a toughie, man. She's properly caught in a rock and a hard place.
And the thing is that like generally overall, he's not a terrible husband. He loves her. He cares. He dotes on her. It's just he's a fucking idiot.
He's a decent man. It's true.
Like 90% of the time, yes. The other 10% of the time, he's questionable. And I don't know how to deal with this.
I'm just glad I'm not in the office tomorrow, so you can't like just be angry at me.
Oh, Sam, I could hold on to this all the way through my holiday next week into December. Don't you worry.
Fair. Fair. All right. Well, if you're not following her already, here is Virginia's stuff in the chat. Go on, Virginia. Do your bit.
Yeah, please come over and follow me on Twitter at Tabletop Horde. It's where I post everything. There should be a new schedule going up soon as well. I've just started my own Twitch channel over on twitch.tv/Tabletop Horde. At the minute, I'm playing through Fallout 1, which is going well. Lots of shenanigans, lots of use of that F's in chat emote. And next year in January, I'm going to be starting my RPG Horde one-shot stream, where hopefully a bunch of awesome people, maybe even some of the ones you see here, if they're not also too busy, will be coming to play. The first 3 games are going to be Paranoia, Liminal, and Rememorex, which is going to be fun, and I'm prepping for that all over Christmas. And I wrote an RPG. I wrote a one-sheet RPG called Space Hike. You can find it on Drive-Thru. It's like £1. It's about hiking up a literal ladder in space and all of those shenanigans. You should have a look.
Nice.
There are space bears.
There are space bears, yes.
Watch out for the space bears.
The antenna, they can sense so much more than you can. It's...
We are dropping frames like crazy for just a second. I think we're back okay now. All right, there we go. That's fine. Sorry about that, friends. All right. So, Don, please don't hate me and please don't kill my character on Saturday.
I don't, and I might.
Sure.
Yeah,
That's the way it goes.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
No, I loved it. Playing Oliver has been an absolute joy. I've really enjoyed that character and this game and everybody else's characters. And you know, choices have consequences in Westeros. I think that's important. It's Game of Thrones, and whatever side of the rebel line you fall on, I think Oliver's choices got bolder and bolder, and the consequences got bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And you know, at the end of the day, I knew as soon as they came into the hall, you know, as soon as that happened, I was like, well, I don't see how there's any other way this could go, unless like a magic army of, flying eagles swoops in. That's a different book.
It's a different game.
Right. Different game. Probably not going to happen. But yeah, I enjoyed the story and my part in it, Oliver's part in it. And I'm very interested to see what happens next.
Yeah. Well, thank you for all the juicy fruits. It's been freaking awesome. And I've loved his character right from the beginning. It's been awesome. It introduced like a whole other element of the kind of Dornish side of things that I hadn't kind of originally planned for, which was just fantastic to then explore, which we will continue to explore.
Yes.
with Miria. Awesome, man. Cool. Give us a shout out. Where can we find you and what you're up to?
I'm at Donathan Fry on Twitter. I also write RPGs and run games. I writing a bunch to the end of the year. I have a bunch of deadlines for a few publishers, like too much. And basically, you won't see me streaming a lot until the end of December, here and there, but not as much as normal because I'm trying to get all these deadlines knocked out. But I've got a bunch of great stuff coming up in the new year, a lot of stuff that I'm very, very, very excited about. And I can't say anything more about any of that right now. So
That's fair.
I just realized you died before I could ask you for any money.
We're just going to take it, right?
I'll write a postmortem about where he put his money. If there's anything else that's important.
The Dornishman's Lost Fortune. It's the new
Right.
singer song.
Right.
He drew a treasure map. You'll find a treasure map in his room. It's a scavenger hunt into Essos.
Nice. Yeah, the singer needs to write a song about what just happened.
If he survives.
If he survived. Yeah.
That's one of the things I was curious about, but because it was so frantic, there's so much going on, I didn't ask. But I was really curious to know what the guests did. Like, were any of them, like, if Oliver had time to think, he would have probably tried to kill Costain.
Skanked off, like a little skunk.
Right.
100%. Mama
threw down,
Crane
like, a
probably
smoke
hid
bomb and was
behind
gone.
Papa Crane and was screeching her head off because there was blood and chaos. Grammy Crane probably was like trying to get them out of there, like the sensible old woman she is. And then everyone else was busy running around screaming. In my head.
I feel like Oliver went out kind of similarly to how Sir Selmy goes out in he's old and there's only so much you can do.
Oof. Well,
Marcy's
friends.
going to be so mad with herself.
Oh man.
Sorry.
That's
We'll
all right.
debrief
And
after.
this is my tinfoil though. I think Oliver was right about everything, every single thing. Did no wrong. Totally right.
Sure, for sure. All right. Cool. Well, friends, if you have enjoyed the Juicy Fruits, stay with us on this channel. It is twitch.tv/follow Black Cats. You can find us around the internet there, as well as you can find me around the internet at RPG Webby, either on Twitter or Reddit or other places like that too. We have definitely got another episode in us for this season. That will be episode 10. We're kind of not counting the Tawny one, so there'll probably be an 11th. I'm going to see what the folks want to do, particularly about the aftermath of this, but we're definitely going to see Alfred again. We're definitely going to see Miria again. We've just got to work out the schedule for that, and then we'll be finishing up. There'll be a bit of a break in between seasons over kind of the holiday season particularly, so that this one here can do a bit of writing and these lovely folks here can get over the fact that I just robbed them of the best Westerosi boyfriend in the world. But thank you for watching. If you have been with us and right up until the end, I'm glad you stayed with us so that you didn't miss out on all these juicy fruits. Thank you very much, friends. We will see you very soon indeed. Farewell.